Chapter 1098. The myriad chi cauldron trembled slightly as if it had the will of a god. The ancient cauldron walls glowed, and the markings carved on it were like living creatures coming back to life. At the same time, the golden dwarf between Yi Fan's eyebrows opened its eyes. For so many years, this golden primordial spirit had held the small cauldron and comprehended the ancient scriptures together. The bronze immortal palace. I can feel its aura. Yi Fan revealed a look of disbelief. This immortal palace that could move had always been wandering around the eastern wasteland. Each time it appeared, it would appear in a different location. There were secrets about immortals. Back then, he and Ji Ziyue had mistakenly entered and narrowly escaped. It was also because of this that they obtained the myriad chi origin root. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about this place. According to the records, the bronze immortal palace would only appear once every 10,000 years. It's it. There's no mistake. Divine runes appeared on Yi Fan's forehead bone. The golden dwarf in the immortal platform was trembling. He vaguely saw the word, immortal, written in blood in the depths of the immortal palace. Was it the blood of an ancient emperor or a true immortal? There were too many secrets in this place. It was rumored that Ruthless was here in one of his lives. Unfortunately, he failed to transform and his body shattered there. Someone from the Yaoguang lineage knows the undying heaven art. Now, the immortal palace that is closely related to Ruthless has appeared. So, is this really her grave? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan knew why the myriad chi cauldron was trembling. It was not perfect. It was missing only the origin root and not all of the materials from back then. Outside the bronze immortal palace, the mountain-like origin root surged violently, making people feel suffocated. He only used the green copper to obtain the essence origin root. The rest of the divine materials were still there. Ruthless had the heaven-devouring evil jar, but he also found the origin root from the creation of the world. He naturally wanted to forge an even stronger weapon. If it was forged into an immortal weapon, it would be unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan used his own Tao to build the foundation of the cauldron. These years, he often thought that if he could refine all the materials outside the immortal palace, the cauldron should be perfect. The source chi is inseparable from the cauldron. They were originally one, so I should make them merge. In a daze, he saw an enormous copper palace rise and fall within the natural crater. Source energy curled about it, releasing immortal cries that were so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made one feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. Master, what's wrong? Yi Tong called out softly. Yi Fan was in a daze. After a while, he recovered and said, "Didn't you hear? What are you talking about?" Duanda's eyes lit up. Yi Fan looked toward the high ground again. It was a stretch of ruins, and there was only the occasional celestial glow from the bottom of the abyss. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It's the tomb of Emperor Merciless. Yi Fan told him everything he knew. He couldn't see the scene in the depths of the great tomb, only knowing that the bronze immortal palace appeared. It floated above the mysterious region, possibly rushing into the heavens. The bronze immortal palace has the secrets of immortals. Back then, it was taken over by a vicious person, and after all these years, no one knew where it went. Who would have thought that it would rise and fall within its tomb? Duanda rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. Where's your heaven-devouring demonic cover? Hurry up and bring it out. Who knows, it might be able to sense what's inside the tomb, said the Black Emperor. I didn't dare bring it out. That was refined from a vicious person's head. I'm afraid that this really is her tomb. If something unforeseen happens, this poor Taoist's little life might be lost here. Huatan stood above the abyss with a gloomy expression. His followers had all died, yet he couldn't find any traces of Yi Fan. Deathly light swirled in his eyes, making one feel intimidated. He's blocking there, and we have no way of going over. Otherwise, this is an immortal opportunity. Why isn't he struck by lightning? Longma cursed. Suddenly, two divine rainbows crossed the southern region and quickly approached. They descended and appeared on this high ground. Divine light overflowed from every single one of them, making them look high and mighty. Two saint-level ancient kings arrived. Their strength was extremely powerful, surpassing Huatan. They were both veteran saints, causing the ancient races to cry out in alarm. They went up to pay their respects. Huatan, what did you gain? One of them was surrounded by undying divine splendor and couldn't be seen clearly. There was a divine disk behind his head that was as resplendent as a great sun. His words were dignified and didn't have a trace of emotional fluctuations. It was the same even when facing Huatan, who was also an ancient king. There was a type of lofty and aloof aura that overlooked the common people. Huatan was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to contradict them. He had just become a saint and was far from being comparable to these ancient saints. He seriously replied, "The immortal splendor is flowing below. It's difficult for me to go deeper." The other ancient saint gave him a look and directly walked over. He arrived above the abyss and a crack appeared between his brows. A streak of immortal light shot out and illuminated the bottomless emperor tomb. However, after a long time, he frowned. He couldn't sense anything and couldn't sense anything. The archaic emperors all have a precise location for their ancient tombs. It isn't here and is definitely the tomb of the great human emperor. Who would have thought that even saints couldn't see through it? "Let's go down together. Even if we can't break through the ancient tomb, we can still protect ourselves," said an ancient saint. "Good. If there is an emperor treasure, it will definitely help us achieve the Tao and have a chance of walking the path of the great sage." Radiance flickered. The three of them disappeared at the same time and entered the abyss to explore the great tomb together. Right at this time, the great tomb collapsed again. The heavenly crater expanded several times and immortal multicolored light surged. Colorful mists pervaded the air and rushed into the heavens. The speed at which the great tomb collapsed increased. The highlands were crisscrossed and there were cracks everywhere. Rubble pierced through the clouds, turning this place into a dilapidated land. 9 Heavens Divine Jade Series Blue Sky Divine Jade. Someone cried out in alarm. An ancient race half-saint reached out his hand and grabbed a green precious jade the size of an infant's fist. It flowed with brilliant light and overflowing colors, making his fingers almost transparent. Mutton Fat Jade Iron. A human race sect master raised his hand and grabbed a fist-sized piece of divine iron. It was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of light flickering about. The ground exploded and enormous rocks rushed upwards, bringing with them a few precious materials. This made many people's eyes go red. There were endless treasures within this great emperor tomb. "What are you all waiting for? Everyone, think of a way to seize the treasures." Duanda shouted loudly and inwardly fanned everyone. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter and seize the treasures. Otherwise, with the 3 ancestral kings below, there was no way they could deal with them. With so many people entering together, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. "There is an ancient great emperor's aura here. It will be difficult for us to do anything even if we enter. If we take the risk we might die," someone said dejectedly. "It's fine. Each time immortal multicolored light surges, there will be a period of quietness. We just need to move about in a safe area and seize divine materials. We won't enter the depths of the tomb. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food." Mutton Fat Jade Iron and Blue Sky Divine Jade appeared one after another, making even half-saints unable to sit still, let alone the others. They were all moved. An hour later, the immortal light evaporated. A group of people rushed towards the heavenly crater that was 10 times larger and leapt inside. Even though their souls were trembling, they still couldn't resist the temptation. In that instant, magical treasures covered the skies and all types of secret artifacts appeared. The cultivators used them to protect themselves as they entered the great tomb. Apart from this, there were even more powerful holy artifacts that released tsunami-like sounds. These were the actions of the peak powers that stood in the clouds, using this to forcefully enter. Large amounts of ancient race, human, and fiend races cultivators appeared, entering the abyss. The great emperor's ancient tomb moved everyone's hearts. "Let's go, we should move out as well. If we don't go now, someone might really get there first," said the Black Emperor. Duanda led the way. This was a secret passage that led directly to the great tomb through the underground dark vein. This was something that was left behind when they were here. "It's boiling up above, they're fighting." After entering the heavenly crater and looking upwards, all types of magical treasures were colliding. It was as if large amounts of meteors were flying over from beyond the heavens, interweaving into a great destructive light. "It's raining." "No, this is blood, some from the human race, some from the ancient race." Duanda raised his head and touched the wet marks on his face. Above, a rain of blood scattered down. From time to time, corpses would fall, and there were even more broken magical treasures that exploded. It had long become completely chaotic. At the center of the sky, there was an even deeper grave pit, so deep that the ground couldn't be seen. That was the true Emperor's tomb. Fine jade iron, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things would occasionally rush up along with the rubble, specks of immortal light flickering about. What is going on? Are there really countless rare treasures? 9 heavens divine jade and everlasting silver essence are divine materials even saints would be moved by. Longma sighed in admiration. There weren't many fragments, but they could still see a few. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, as if there was a great mine of immortal materials underground. I know, this is a piece of primal chaos immortal land left behind from the creation of the world. Look, there are wisps of multicolored light surging, it originates from there. The Black Emperor was greatly shaken. Based on its suspicions, Great Emperor Vicious all life source energy came from this place. The essence immortal root nurtured in the primal chaos immortal land. It was dug up by him. In this kind of place, even if it was the outer layer, there would definitely be rare treasures. Apart from the all life source energy immortal root, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things were definitely nurtured outside the primal chaos immortal land. These were accompanying creatures. It's just like the spiritual herbs growing outside a true dragon's cave. The most precious is naturally the true dragon in the cave, but the grass beside the cave is also precious to mortals. Duanda said. His heart began to itch. This was a piece of primal chaos immortal land. There was most likely a small primal chaos world below. Only heaven knew what kind of divine treasures were nurtured inside. He really wanted to immediately rush in. Do you guys feel it? There is powerful life force here. Immortal light and other things are all overflowing from the small primal chaos world. This truly is an exceptional divine land. The Black Emperor sighed in admiration. According to what it said, Great Emperor Wuxia wanted to forge the most powerful Emperor Bell, traveling the entire world, perhaps even visiting many ancient stars, all in order to find a small primal chaos world with life force. He found suitable materials, but he ended up empty-handed. In the end, Great Emperor Wuxia traveled to the Qinling Mountains in the west of Central Continent, unexpectedly obtaining a primal chaos stone in the immortal transformation pool, and only then did he refine the immortal materials he needed. Duanda said, the Great Emperor can easily refine the primal chaos and open up a small world. However, it is extremely difficult to find life force in the primal chaos. Things that can be born in the primal chaos are all supreme treasures, rarely seen throughout the ages. They knew that they had arrived at a divine land, a primal chaos immortal land rarely seen throughout the ages. If they went in, they might be able to find something of immeasurable value. Dong! The small abyss at the center flickered with multicolored light. An ancient building floated up and down, blocking the entrance, making it impossible for people to enter. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, almost making their bodies and bones shatter. Fortunately, Yi Fan's body emitted a hazy green light, propping up a light screen to protect them. Otherwise, if one wasn't a saint, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. Standing in a suitable position, Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor and the others all revealed strange expressions. They discovered that the 3 ancient saints were all blocked here, trapped in a life-and-death situation. An ancient bronze palace emitted a hazy radiance, floating up and down in the small abyss at the bottom of the heavenly crater. The entrance of the palace had a great gravitational force, millions upon millions of strands of immortal light, almost swallowing Huatan and the others. Even someone as powerful as the 3 ancient saints found it difficult to resist. Yi Fan was stunned. It really was it. After several decades, he saw the bronze immortal palace again. Chapter 1099. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's mind. When he saw the grand and imposing palace cast from bronze, he thought of Ji Ziyue and how the two of them mistakenly entered the immortal palace. His heartstrings trembled. In this place, the old bronze piece in his body was especially sensitive. Just like back then, it seemed to have been stimulated, immediately reviving. This place was extremely terrifying. This bronze palace related to immortals seemed to possess life, different from before. Now, it was shining on its own, the 3 ancient saints unable to break free. Its scale was massive, tall like a small mountain. It was unknown just how much bronze had been used up, but now, it was mottled with green rust, leaving behind ancient imprints. The bronze rust traces were extremely heavy, displaying an ancient feeling of great changes. However, this didn't affect its magnificence. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shot out, twisting into supreme Tao marks, covering this place densely. This was going to refine the three ancient saints. They were all roaring loudly, blocking the entrance of the bronze palace, using all of their cultivation to support themselves, barely preventing themselves from being sucked in. Yi Fan clearly remembered that when he and Ji Ziyue entered the bronze palace back then, the inside was deathly still, not this type of scene. It was like a tomb, lacking immortal light or Tao marks. Otherwise, they most likely wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. This ancient bronze palace has a heaven-defying great secret related to immortals. Duanda swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It actually appeared in Vicious Tomb. It seems like it has great karma with her. The Black Emperor's large bronze bell eyes shone. This time, the ancient tomb's collapse might have been related to the bronze immortal palace. It was the aura it released that intensified the cracks in the highlands, and then it completely collapsed, forming a heavenly crater. Compared to the bronze immortal palace, the three ancient saints were like ants. The main reason was because this bronze palace was just too large, moreover releasing endless immortal light. They discovered Yi Fan's group. Hua Tan's pupils were like black suns, pitch black and immeasurable, releasing strands of dark light. As he swept his gaze over, there was a type of lofty and aloof aura, as if he was looking down on ants. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free, couldn't rush over, and even more so couldn't take action. Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others didn't feel any fear. The three of them couldn't even protect themselves, locked in place. Whether or not they could survive was another matter. So much. Mother Qi. Longma's four hooves emitted a fiery glow as it circled around the copper palace from afar. It looked like it had too much energy. Yi Tong also opened his mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief as he said, "Master, this is where your cauldron came from? Emperor Ruthless is incredible. What is he trying to do? Did he excavate a chaotic immortal land to forge the most powerful celestial tool? He's using so much source qi to forge a cauldron, and he's refining it repeatedly. Who would be able to block his attack?" The large black dog was also stunned. Outside the bronze immortal palace, all life source energy swirled about, forming mountains and seas, layer after layer. It was as heavy as a stellar domain, crushing down until one stopped breathing. There were endless Tao traces interweaving. Any strand of source qi could crush a mountain. How heavy would it be when so many of them were gathered together? Did the ancient emperors want to destroy the other monarch weapons with a single strike by forging it into a weapon? If an ordinary person was able to find a strand of source energy, then it was already a great opportunity. Now there was so much of it, densely packed like clouds, surrounding this place. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and majestic. It was a type of miracle. "Rise!" Yi Fan shouted loudly, and a small golden person in his forehead opened his eyes. He stood up and took a step forward, using the Tao traces as his battle clothes and the cauldron as his weapon. The all-life source qi cauldron hovered above his head, and the small golden person opened his mouth and let out a clear cry. The small cauldron quickly enlarged and flew forward, beginning to swallow the huge amount of source qi. "You dare!" Hua Tan was furious, and his expression finally changed. He was unable to remain calm. There was so much source qi, and even if it had lost its source, it was still a divine material that was difficult to find in this world. If he could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying fortune. What was the most precious thing? It was naturally the weapons of the ancient emperors, and this source qi was prepared by the great human emperor to refine weapons. There was no way to measure its value. The expressions of the other two ancient saints changed. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they stop him? "Saint Physique of the human race, you killed my people and stole my fortune. This is a great enmity. If I can escape, I will kill you 100 times over. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will have nothing to say," Hua Tan said gloomily. "We'll talk about it after you escape. I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll find a quiet place to go," Yi Fan said indifferently. At this moment, he was in a good mood. He used the cauldron to swallow the huge amount of source qi and fused it into the cauldron. The army formula was activated, and his cauldron floated up and down, making sonorous sounds. The source qi was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, causing the void to distort and collapse. It became one with the cauldron, and there was no distinction between them. From then on, the source qi became one. The materials of vicious emperor weapon were rare throughout the ages, so Hutan's eyes were red and he roared in anger. The cauldron was the essence of source qi, and at this moment, it became one with a huge amount of source qi. It emitted a wave of life, as if it was about to give birth to a divine consciousness. You have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. Hutan smiled coldly. He was full of unwillingness, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. If he could move, he would definitely attack at the first moment and crush Yifan into ashes. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. You don't have this chance. Even if you become a saint-level character, it doesn't mean you won't fall. You should be more careful of yourself. Yifan laughed. He didn't mind. What could be more exciting than a perfect Tao-proving artifact? His cauldron could absorb all the source qi and interweave its marks. 23. You better be more honest with your mouth. Otherwise, I'll reward you with a fried dumpling and make you roll on the ground. Longma's mouth was full of nonsense. As it spoke, it raised its hoof and prepared to kick Hutan while he was down. It wanted to make Hutan die with a grievance in the bronze immortal palace. Don't! Duanda hurriedly stopped it, telling it not to act blindly without thinking. That bronze immortal palace shone with millions and millions of strands of celestial light, almost engulfing the ancestral king. If they acted rashly, they might also be engulfed. This kind of balance can't be broken. If they are lucky, they can charge out, but if they are not, they can only wait to die, the Black Emperor also said. The cauldron suddenly became many times heavier. Fortunately, it had already been refined long ago, and its weight wasn't something that Yifan could bear. Now that it was thrown out, without using any magic power, most ordinary enemies would probably be directly turned into dust. Brat, such a precious thing has fallen into your hands, so you have to compensate us with something. Otherwise, we'll split it equally. If it was someone else, I would have already snatched it. The large black dog hooted. After killing the heavenly prince, there were quite a lot of good things that were dug out from his body. Why didn't you hand them over? Yifan exposed him. Immeasurable celestial being, since this is your Tao-proving artifact, I'm willing to help you achieve your dream. When the time comes, just give me an extra portion of the enlightenment tea that you obtained from the deathless heavenly emperor's palace. And mine. Longma also called out. The three extremes hooted together. Yi Tong was very dutiful, and it was impossible for him to split his master's treasures. Not far away, the three ancient saints were sulking. They watched helplessly as a few juniors took away the exclusive celestial materials of the great ancient emperor, and now they were even discussing how to split the spoils. This really made them furious. In particular, Huatan's lungs were about to explode. That was because that Longma kept saying, 23, and judging from his tone, it definitely wasn't something good. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and didn't treat him as a saint at all. Duanda frowned as if he had detected something. Not good, a saint has come. The formation patterns that I set up are reacting, and my heart is pounding. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Now they weren't saints and lacked the capital to settle down, so they naturally had to be careful. Before entering, they had set up various formation patterns. Once a saint descended, they would be alerted. The Black Emperor didn't say anything, and took out the chessboard formation platform, opened up the void, and directly entered. What a pity, the Bronze Celestial Palace has a chaotic immortal land, and there are most likely divine treasures inside. Duanda was very regretful. What a pity. Longma was even more restless, but there was nothing they could do. A saint had come, and they could only retreat. I'll temporarily leave the source qi in your hands, and keep the heads on your necks. I will go collect them. Hutan said sinisterly. Idiot. Just wait for your deaths in peace. Longma's words almost choked him to death. Swoosh. With a flash of light, they disappeared from the underground world. In the distance, mysterious fluctuations spread out. The realm gate opened, and a scarlet-haired woman walked out. Her body was tall and slender, and she was a powerful ancient race expert. The Blood Lightning Queen is here. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a Saint King who had appeared at the Jade Lake meeting and fought against Divine King Jianghu. Today she actually personally came. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and even such a character couldn't sit still. She didn't act blindly without thinking, and only walked around the abyss for a long time before taking a step down. When she arrived at the distance of the bronze celestial palace, she saw the three trapped ancient saints. After a quarter of an hour, a loud sound rang out. The blood lightning queen rushed over, and there were bloodstains all over her body. Her body almost exploded, and behind her, there were three other figures that were even more miserable. Their primordial spirit flames had almost been extinguished, and their bodies were tattered beyond recognition. After they rushed over, they all cried out loudly, full of anger. There were immortal treasures underground, but they couldn't seize them. A single celestial palace was enough to suppress everyone to death. Tan, in particular, felt extremely sullen. He was ridiculed by Yi Fan and Longma, and he could only watch as the source qi of all life was stolen. That kind of unwillingness and resentment was hard to describe. Human race holy body, I will definitely kill you. Even if a deity revives, he won't be able to save you. Tan roared. With a long sound, the sound waves were like heavenly thunder. The bodies of many cultivators near the great tomb cracked apart, and those with slightly weaker cultivations directly exploded, turning into bloody mist. When a saint was angry, there would be countless corpses. This was not just empty talk. Your tone isn't small. I just don't know what you will do if a deity truly descends one day. An aged voice transmitted over. Without a sound, Heavenly Jade Holy Land's old saint, Wei Yi, appeared. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. He stood there like a piece of withered wood. The Blood Lightning Queen looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her expression changed. Which human saint was ordinary? Back then, during the Jade Lake meeting, a white-clothed divine king killed so many ancient race saints that their blood splashed through the sky. Batch after batch died, and their vitality was greatly damaged. This old saint was someone even she couldn't fathom. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she didn't dare to act recklessly. Wei Yi stood there and silently deduced for a while. Then he frowned, and without saying a word, his figure became indistinct, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, the moment Wei Yi disappeared, he brought all the cultivators on the high ground with him, and they were transported into the distant sky. Suddenly, the bronze immortal palace reached tens of thousands of meters in an instant, rushing into the heavenly crater. Immortal light was boundless, and it shone like a sun. The bloody immortal character inside turned into a beam of light, and it was reflected in the void, cutting across the past and present. The Blood Lightning Queen, Tan, and the others quickly retreated. Their joints made cracking sounds, and they almost exploded in this place. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were almost crushed to death. What a great immortal palace! It is indeed extraordinary. It's really hard to imagine who it was that made such a big hole inside, and forcefully blasted it out, an aged voice said. Great Sage Hun Tuo appeared on the horizon. Behind him, there were several ancient saints following, advancing and retreating together with him. Clearly, they were determined to obtain the divine treasures inside the great tomb. On the other side, a figure appeared in front of the human race. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was Divine King Jiang Taishu. He had also shown himself. As soon as the peerless Divine King appeared, the scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient races were trembling, and even some ancient kings felt their bodies go cold. During the Jade Lake meeting, the Divine King killed them all alone, and they were all terrified. This bronze palace is related to immortals. Why don't we open it up together and see what's inside? Another figure descended, and it was extremely ancient. Many people were shocked. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had arrived. An emperor's tomb triggered a great chaos. Many ancient kings and a few great sages couldn't sit still any longer. They wanted to open it up and obtain the secret of becoming immortals. It's difficult for outsiders to touch the tomb of a great human emperor, Jiang Taishu said to himself. Chapter 1100. All the saints had arrived and surrounded the tomb. The atmosphere was tense as all sides faced each other. Even though the majestic bronze palace was covered in rust, it still shone brightly and lit up the sky. The word immortal that it reflected made everyone's heart tremble. Great Sage Hun Chuo, Great Sage Hun Tuo, and a dozen other ancient kings stood side by side. They were like a dozen ancient demonic mountains that made everyone's hearts tremble. There were too few human saints. Up until now, there was only Wei Yi and Jiang Taishu. The others were nowhere to be seen, making people feel that they were alone. Great Sage Hun Tuo squinted his eyes and looked at the bronze palace. This special structure that had existed since ancient times had come back to life. Even someone as strong as him didn't dare to barge in. What a strong fluctuation. I can vaguely hear someone chanting immortal scriptures inside. It's unfathomable. Once I step in, it'll be hard to predict. As a great sage, he had such a feeling and made such a judgment. This made the others even more fearful of the bronze palace. No one dared to act rashly. Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others were 80,000 miles away. Through a mysterious crystal, they could clearly see the situation around the tomb. This was the result of the endless wondrous emperor-grade Dao patterns. The great sage of the ancient race has people here. If they attack with a few ancient weapons, they'll most likely get what they want. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. The ancient race didn't lack extreme imperial weapons. The golden truncheon was said to be able to beat immortals. The dragon bell could collapse the universe. If the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Blood Phoenix Mountain all came with weapons, not to mention the southern region, even the eastern wasteland would be destroyed. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? Let's enter together and search for the secret of immortals. Great Sage Hun Tuo spoke again. If we enter with ancient weapons, there shouldn't be a problem. At least we can protect ourselves. Great Sage Qianluan of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons nodded. These two were the leaders and the peak existences of the ancient race. Even the other Saint Kings didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of them. No one dared to go against them. Someone looked at Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. These were two saints of the human race, and they were not simple at all. Even the ancient king had to be cautious. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the white-robed Divine King had single-handedly shaken the universe. He had left a deep impression on them. Are the two of you going in? Qianluan, the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, smiled and looked over. Forget it. I can't beat you guys, so I won't cause trouble. Wei Yi shook his head. 10,000 clans coexist. The world is one family. Why should there be any distinctions? Everyone can enter. Qianluan said. A heavenly sound rang through the air. The bronze immortal palace's radiance flourished even more brilliantly. The immortal character that was reflected was dripping with blood, incredibly large, full of a shocking feeling. This time, the dozen or so ancient kings all frowned. They also heard someone chanting scriptures, but it was very blurry and indistinct. Could there be another living being in the Copper Palace? So many years had passed, and even the ancient emperors had long passed away. It was impossible for them to be alive. Could it really be related to immortals? I smell fresh blood. This immortal character is at least condensed from the blood of emperors. It might even be the blood of immortals, Great Sage Hun Tuo said. No matter which one it was absolutely shocking. Who could injure the ancient emperors and use their blood to carve words? This was a kind of blasphemy. And if it was the blood of immortals, it was even more unbelievable. 80,000 miles away. Yi Fan frowned. He had entered back then and seen this immortal character. Was it written in the blood of Vicious? It didn't seem like it. There was a mysterious door behind the immortal character. He only walked there and didn't have the chance to enter because he would die if he took a step forward. Tell the ordinary cultivators to retreat. There will be a great calamity in this place. No one should stay for long. A sickly old man appeared and secretly said to Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. The moment he appeared, Great Sage Hun Tuo and Great Sage Qianluan couldn't stay calm anymore. Their faces were full of seriousness. Gai Jiuyo's arrival made them feel the pressure multiply. White-robed Divine King nodded. Which of the ancient emperors were ordinary? Who could rob their tombs? If they weren't willing, anyone who came would die. For example, everyone knew that Great Emperor Wuxia was buried there. But so many years had passed, who could do anything? Back then, several emperor weapons had attacked the mountain, but they could only retreat in defeat. Many important figures had come, and all sides couldn't remain calm. Ordinary cultivators started to retreat. This wasn't a simple battle. If a holy war broke out, not to mention tens of thousands of miles away, the entire southern region might be plunged into misery and suffering. Be it humans, demons or ancient races, they were all very tactful and started to retreat. If people wanted to pay attention, they had to use the eye of the formation. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, ordinary cultivators would be as weak as ants. How lively! Another ancient saint had arrived. A beam of golden light appeared in front of the Alcade Old Land. The great sage of the Gold Clan appeared with the golden truncheon. The ancient emperor's aura spread out, causing the bronze palace to tremble. The Golden King glanced at Gai Joyo, then at Wei Yi and White-Robed Divine King. He didn't say anything. After losing to the victorious Fighting Buddha, he had been depressed for a while. This time, he came with the golden truncheon to make up for his loss of the priceless divine marrow. Another great sage is here. If they really start fighting, will the southern region be able to protect itself when the ancient emperor weapons are used? Everyone was worried. Even Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi frowned. With so many important figures here, they represented the peak battle power. It could be said that the matter was getting bigger and bigger. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to participate at all. They retreated like the tide. Not long after, the huge Alcade Old Land became deserted. There wasn't a single ordinary person left. Those who remained were all saints. Boom! The bronze immortal palace rumbled. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao became even more vast. It was as if there really was an immortal giving a lecture. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. This is... Be careful, I almost transformed into the Tao. An ancestral king whose lifespan was about to end and didn't have many months to live was horrified. This was an older generation saint. All the hair on his body stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Chang! The golden truncheon rumbled and turned into an immortal divine radiance. It could cut down the sun, moon and stars, and destroy all living things. The ancient emperor's aura was recovering. At the same time, the bell rang. Countless purple gold divine bells were strung together, forming a true dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it appeared in the void. Each bell of the 10,000 dragon bell was a piece of dragon bone. When it sounded, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could be broken. It had the power to split open the world, and the primal chaos surged. The 2 ancient emperor weapons appeared at the same time. The bronze immortal palace sensed something. Its radiance didn't decrease, and it slowly descended towards the depths of the natural crater. It blocked the entrance of the primal chaos immortal land and took the initiative to defend. Woo! Formidable. The great human emperor is dead, and his tomb is difficult to move. Even the bronze immortal palace has come to stop us. Great sage Hunchuo said to himself. For the sake of the secret of immortal ascension, we can only forcefully attack the immortal palace. Apart from this, the primal chaos immortal land is also a place that must be fought over. Golden King was the first to take action, descending into the natural crater. Don't let random people get close. Great sage Hunchuo spoke. He left behind a few ancient kings to provide support. Everyone moved, descending into the abyss together. Something big has happened. All saints have arrived to open the bronze immortal palace and enter the tomb of the great ancient emperor. A great storm is about to rise. With so many ancient saints taking action, the southern region might be destroyed. There are rumors that this is the ancient tomb of the great emperor. She is the most brilliant person since ancient times. Will she be able to succeed? The news spread in all directions. All the cultivators in the world focused their attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch. On this day, many important places in the southern region had ancient formation platforms shining. They used the formation eyes to observe and pay attention to this world-shaking change. I feel a little uneasy, Wei Yi said. He looked back in the other direction of the southern region. Back then, the heavenly Jade Holy Land was almost completely destroyed, leaving him with a lifetime of pain and memories. Let's wait and see, Gai Joyo said calmly. White-robed Divine King and the others didn't move. They only stood above the abyss, watching the ancient race take action and waiting for the result. A few ancient saints flew in all directions, patrolling the surroundings. If there were any changes, they would immediately inform the people below with their divine senses. In reality, it was very obvious that they were guarding against the ancient saints of the human race. What else could it be? They were afraid that they would set up a killing formation above. Boom! Southern region, forbidden ancient land. The atmosphere was strange. Below the abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens. The 2 outer realm ancient saints were very uneasy and immediately retreated. They had long since heard that the tomb of an ancient great emperor had appeared in another place, so they also hurried there and temporarily left this place. Yi Fan and the others weren't far away. They were shocked to see this scene. What happened? Don't tell me the path of immortality is really going to open? Could it be that it's going to happen soon? This is going to be a world-shocking change. All of their hearts were beating violently. Was the illusory celestial domain really going to appear? Who could use this light to ascend and transform into an immortal? Boom! Suddenly, a great power surged over, controlling the 100,000 mountains. The leaden clouds were like the vast sea, and the entire sky was about to collapse as it attacked Yi Fan and the others. Not good, a saint is attacking, the Black Emperor shouted. With a shake of his hand, 12 formation platforms flew out and lined up in the void, blocking the overflowing holy light. The chessboard platform flashed, and they immediately entered. Pang! The 12 formation platforms immediately shattered and turned into ashes, unable to block the attack in the slightest. One had to know that this was a damaged corner of the Emperor formation, enough to kill a half-saint and make his blood fly everywhere. However, the formation diagram was damaged after all. There was only a tenth of it, and it couldn't block the attack of a saint. You can't escape the human race's divine physique. Next time, I will definitely kill you. It's useless no matter who comes. You are my food, and the source energy you obtain will also belong to me, Huatan said coldly. He was very regretful. He had obtained the guidance of the great sage and deduced that these people should be in this direction. He moved horizontally, but in the end, he still didn't hit them. Only the aftermath destroyed a portion of the formation platforms. Tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others frowned. It was truly dangerous just now, and they were almost intercepted. The great sage didn't hesitate to spend a great deal of effort to deduce it. Otherwise, Huatan, who has just become a saint, wouldn't have been able to find it, said Duanda. I have a damaged immortal cauldron on me, so they couldn't figure it out. It seems like they have another secret method to deduce you all. Yi Fan said. You have to be careful. This emperor will carve a few more small-scale heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and everyone will bring a few. Even the great sage won't be able to deduce it. The Black Emperor said. A while ago, they killed the heavenly prince and plundered the Tao-deceiving tea. They used this divine tree trunk to carve the heaven-deceiving formation patterns created by great Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor firmly believed that they would be fine. This is not good. It was clearly incited by the great sage, and he personally deduced it. This is a bad sign. Duanda said. Yi Fan walked back and forth, looking towards a certain place in the southern region. His eyes were cold as he said, even the ancient saints jumped out. Do you really think I can't slaughter a saint? What do you want to do? Longma asked, both excited and nervous. It only wanted to see the world in chaos, but it deeply respected the ancient saints. It knew that the gap between them was too great, and it was completely powerless to defy the heavens. Huatan wants to kill me, but he might not succeed. Meanwhile, if I think of some way to slaughter an ancient saint, I might not fail either. Yi Fan said coldly. What plans do you have? The large black dog asked. Now, everyone in the world knows that I have returned. I seem to have been silent for too long, and the ancient races have bullied me. In that case, I will slaughter an ancient saint. I will give them a great gift. Master you. Yi Tong clenched his fists tightly. He was both nervous and excited. Chapter 1101. Kill a saint. These 2 words were too illusory for cultivators. No one would have such delusions. If they weren't a saint, they would be an ant. The difference in strength was too great. That was a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Even a half-saint would occasionally have saintly might, but it was difficult for them to truly reach it. Saints were existences that had completely transcended. They were above the masses and were like gods. How could a mortal slay a god? The difficulty was too great. The Black Emperor said, Brat, it's hard for you to go against the heavens. The difference between you and a saint cannot be measured. In a sense, a saint is a different kind of life form. They are no longer human. Even the killing formation he had set up couldn't hurt a saint under normal circumstances. There was only one reason. The difference was too great. How could an ant bite a dragon to death? Let's be more realistic. Duanda shook his head. Is there no hope? Yi Tong didn't give up. He hoped that his master could rise up and get rid of the resentment in his heart. Unless I can find enough divine materials and carve out a world-shocking killing formation. Only then will there be a chance of killing a saint, the Black Emperor said. The divine materials he spoke of were naturally rare in the world. They were things that were specially used to carve emperors' formation patterns. They could only be found by chance. Only then would he be able to display the true power of the Wuxia's formation pattern. The other way is for Yi Fan to reach the half-saint realm and trigger the divine restriction. He will be able to break through the barrier of the saint realm easily. Only then will he be able to fight a saint, Duanda said. These two conditions were too harsh. At the very least, Yi Fan couldn't achieve them at the moment. Yi Tong's eyes dimmed. He was depressed for his master. The ancient race was too much, but he couldn't fight back. Even so, I still want to kill a saint. Yi Fan's words were firm. He then told the Black Emperor to prepare a formation platform for him. There was no need for anything else. It had to be a chessboard emperor pattern, the kind that could cross the undying mountain. The human race's saint body might be finished. In recent days, some of the ancient clans had been discussing how Huatan had been looking down on the southern domain. He had appeared in every city, and it seemed as if he wouldn't rest until Yi Fan was dead. During these days, everyone knew that Yi Fan had really returned. Killing the Heavenly Prince and battling the Golden Heavenly Maiden were all done by him. There were no secrets to speak of. Huatan wasn't that old. After awakening, he was the first ancient race genius to become a saint in this world. He had a special status and would be recorded in the annals of history. Now he had come out in force. In just a few days, everyone in the eastern wasteland knew that he was going to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan, aren't you proud of your bravery? What are you in front of my master? Cowering in a corner and not daring to see the light, it would be best if you don't come out for the rest of your life. Huatan's disciple had also arrived in the southern wasteland. His words were sharp and unkind, full of mockery. It was to humiliate Yi Fan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yi Fan naturally didn't care. In the past few days, he had been walking in the southern domain's ancient lands. He had even brought Yi Tong, Longma, and the others into the fire domain, letting them see the true immortal flame. In the 10th layer of the fire domain, there was an immortal flame formed by talismans that they couldn't touch. They were fortunate enough to see it from afar, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Black Emperor was in a daze. He said, "It has been so many years, and it still exists." As expected of the immortal flame that allowed the ancient desolate tower to float for thousands of years. This poor Taoist has an ideal. I want to take this flame for myself and use it to refine pills. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Duan sighed. While they were walking around, Huatan was also conducting a carpet search. According to his deductions, these people were in the southern domain and had never left. Our ancestors ate humans' blood, and they tasted delicious. The human sacred body contains precious blood, so the taste is even better. Huatan's disciple clamored without restraint. He didn't place Yi Fan in his eyes at all. This was intolerable. Many cultivators felt annoyed when they heard this. If they had enough cultivation, they would definitely slap them to death. Huatan, your grandpa is calling you to wipe your snot when he gets home. On this day, Longma stood out and responded. It was like a loudspeaker that rang through half the sky of the southern domain. Of course, after it shouted, it fled. It controlled the formation and didn't give the saint a chance to make a move. Otherwise, even 10 horses wouldn't be enough to kill it. Huatan's face was ashen, and his gaze was sinister. He immediately rushed to where Longma appeared, but he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Huatan, as a saint, you have the nerve to compete with Yi Fan. He hasn't even become a saint, so how thick is your skin? Why don't you go and challenge the victorious fighting Buddha? You'll probably be scared to death before you reach Mount Meru. Longma appeared in another region. It neighed loudly, and like a great llama, it clamored all over the world, similarly mocking him. Yi Fan, if you dare to come out and fight, my master won't bully you. He'll seal his own magical power, and he can crush you with just one finger. Huatan's disciple shouted. Huatan, your mother told your disciple to go home and rinse his mouth. Longma had never been a very proper master. Even though it was an auspicious beast, it wasn't some kind soul. A Longma caused a ruckus in the southern domain, clamoring everywhere. In the end, it provoked Huatan to continuously cross the void, wanting to chase after them. Human race's divine physique, everyone says so much about you, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than a smelly bug. If you dare to appear, I'll directly trample you to death with one foot. Huatan said coldly. One could imagine how angry he was, or else he wouldn't have said such words. He was a saint who had proven his Tao, yet today, he was repeatedly clamored at by a Longma. He didn't take him seriously at all, and he really wanted to immediately capture the Longma to establish his might. Huatan, come and accept your death. Yi Fan appeared. He was repeatedly mocked, and he began to challenge the saint, actually wanting to fight against him. Ha ha! Huatan laughed loudly when he heard this. He immediately rushed over, whistling through the air, saying, You want to be my enemy? Even an ant wants to bite a dragon to death? You overestimate yourself. That day, everyone was shocked. Was Yi Fan really going to fight against a saint? Was he going to erupt with anger? This was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds and ancient trees. There were many wilderness in the southern domain, and the vast uninhabited region occupied 90% of the region. Huatan appeared, stretching out a large hand from far away, grabbing towards this place. The attack of a saint was going to turn everything within 100 li into scorched earth. Yi Fan appeared. He didn't make any other movements, directly activating the cauldron. The source energy of all things curled up, and with a violent shake, the great cauldron flipped over. Overflowing flames rushed into the sky. The 9-colored mist turned into streaks and streaks of Tao marks. This was the divine flame of the 9th level of the fire domain, able to burn saints to death. It surged upwards. Once the blazing holy splendor appeared, the entire wasteland turned into a sea of flames. The great earth turned into magma, and the few rocky mountains all vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The 9-colored flame was too terrifying. It wasn't purely due to the high temperature, but also the mysterious and unfathomable Tao power that could grind an ancient king to death. Huatan was shocked. His right hand that reached down was scorching hot, burning until blood splashed everywhere. His bones were in excruciating pain, but he was a saint after all. With a forceful swipe, his Tao skills operated, and the injury immediately stopped. Moreover, he shifted several thousand zhang away, avoiding the sea of flames in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, If you aren't a saint, you are still dirt. Killing you is as easy as crushing a dog. Without the corresponding strength, you want to rely on external objects to fight against me. You don't know the difference between life and death. However, Yi Fan was also quite decisive. The instant he activated the divine flame, he put away the cauldron and stepped into the chessboard's formation patterns. He turned around and left. I locked onto you as soon as I appeared, yet you still want to leave? Even the descent of an immortal king can't save you. Huatan's expression was cold. He pointed out with a finger, and a streak of splendor splashed out. This was to shatter the vacuum and shake Yi Fan out from the realm gate. He was shocked. The realm gate didn't move in the slightest and was about to disappear. This was the chessboard's formation patterns. Back then, he borrowed it to cross over from the Undying Mountain. Even the great ancient emperor's killing formation couldn't erase it, so it was naturally difficult for a saint to destroy it. You've made ample preparations, but unfortunately, in the eyes of a saint, you are still an ant. Since you've been locked onto by me, there is only death awaiting you. Huatan didn't seem to mind and laughed coldly. He took a step inside and followed the moment the realm gate closed. At his side, there were a total of 4 disciples that followed. They were enveloped by the holy splendor and entered the realm gate at the same time to chase after Yi Fan. After Yi Fan came out, he directly entered another realm gate. Splendor rushed into the heavens in this place. All types of Tao patterns were activated together and turned into an exceptional killing formation. This was meticulously laid out by the Black Emperor. He used the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Even though he didn't have any divine materials, when used together with the heavenly origin divine formation, it also formed a terrifying 7 extreme formation. Tan roared angrily, and holy splendor filled the sky. However, his entire body was crisscrossed, and dozens of wounds appeared. If it weren't for his protection, the 4 disciples would have been chopped into mush. I didn't expect a saint to be so terrifying. Not even a tiny corner of the Emperor formation was able to obliterate him. Unfortunately, there are no divine materials to carve the formation. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He entered the void and directly shattered the formation platform outside, not giving Tan the chance to chase after him. You want to run? There is no way out for you in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Do you really think a saint can be humiliated? Atone for your sins with blood. Tan sneered and produced an item with a shake of his hand. The shattered formation platform was quickly restored to its original state. He brought his disciples and forcefully opened the realm gate to chase after him. This was a secret treasure given to him by a great sage. Even if one's formation patterns were unparalleled, it would be useless even if they crossed to the outer realms. It could temporarily restore one's formation platform and chase after him like a shadow. Without a doubt, this was a sure kill situation. There was no way to shake off a saint. Before long, he would be caught, and surviving would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Do you think the human race's saint physique is well prepared? In front of my master, it doesn't matter how many methods you have. If your strength isn't enough, then it's useless no matter what you say. You want to obliterate a saint with a mere divine flame and an incomplete ancient emperor-killing formation? You are too naive. My master has made ample preparations for you. He specially borrowed a secret treasure so that you can't escape. A mere Dao Severer dares to challenge a saint? My master will kill you like killing a chicken. Tan's disciples laughed loudly. They were surrounded by holy light and quickly followed. They saw Yi Fan's figure in the void. Swoosh. However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Fan would once again produce a formation platform in the void. He changed the path of the void in the eternal darkness and disappeared once again. Changing directions in the void and changing the path. This kind of method made Tan's expression change. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he had lost him. Swoosh. He swiped with force, and a secret treasure flashed in his palm. It restored a damaged formation pattern in the dark void in front of him and followed in. I didn't expect the great sage's secret treasure to be so marvelous. He laughed loudly and was no longer worried. Yi Fan fled at top speed and changed the formation platform more than 10 times. Each time, he carried it out in the void, but he still couldn't shake off Tan. If it were any other saint, they would have been thrown off a long time ago. The great sage's methods are admirable. We can chase him all the way. He can't shake us off. One of Tan's disciples was pleasantly surprised. He was also deeply afraid of the ancient race's great sage's cultivation. Where are we now? Each time, he changes directions in the void. We don't even know where he is and can't predict the path ahead. Another disciple frowned. Let's see how many formation platforms he has. When he runs out, he will die in front of us. Master can crush him with one finger. Not long after, Yi Fan's figure was getting closer and closer. They could almost see him clearly. Tan's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out with his hand and wanted to crush him to death. Boom! Right at this moment, the space gate opened. Yi Fan rushed out of the void and entered the real world. He fell down. He has no more formation platforms. Death is in front of him, haha. Human saint physique, your death is near. Tan's 4 disciples were overjoyed and smiled cruelly. Tan's eyes were cold. His purple hair was loose, and his majestic body was as intimidating as a mountain. He was the first to walk forward. However, with one step, he staggered and fell to the ground. Behind him, his 4 disciples were in an even worse state. They directly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood. What? What is this place? How did we lose our spiritual energy? The 4 disciples revealed expressions of fear. Their hearts were beating fast and they felt that the situation was not good. Tan's expression changed. His cultivation was suppressed to the lowest level and it was difficult for him to use it. This made his hair stand on end. One has to know that he was a saint. Everywhere was silent. The plants were lush and the ancient medicines were tens of thousands of years old. This place was excessively quiet without a single sound. It was like a land of death. Up ahead, Yi Fan stood with a dark golden spear in his hand. His expression was cold, calm, and calm. He was no longer trying to escape. What is this place? Huatan felt waves of fear. As a saint, the amount of spiritual energy he could use right now was pitifully small. He couldn't even fly. Ah! My cultivation, my source of life. One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He felt that not only was he losing his spiritual energy, but his life was also quickly slipping away. Wrinkles slowly appeared on his face. Noisy! Yi Fan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage in his original position and moved past Huatan. With a pu sound, he pierced through the space between the brows of one of his disciples. Blood splashed high into the air, and he was lifted up. Pang! With a forceful shake of his hand, the corpse flew out over Tenjiang and stopped moving on the spot. A large amount of blood flowed out. You! Huatan was furious. He was a saint, so how could he tolerate Yi Fan's impudence? He swung his palm forward, but the power that was as vast as the sea did not surge out. Yi Fan swept out with his spear. Waves of golden light overflowed from his palm and fingers. The power was astonishing. Just the power of his flesh alone could shatter the sky. Huatan released a muffled groan. After his arm made contact with the spear, he trembled and almost spasmed. He was in incomparable pain. He knew that things were bad. In this place, it was useless even if he had heaven-reaching cultivation. What exactly is this place? Welcome to the ancient desolate forbidden land. Today, I will slaughter a saint and send you on your way. Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1102. What? This is the ancient forbidden land. Behind him, Huatan's 3 disciples all cried out in alarm. Their faces lost all color and became completely pale. The surroundings were filled with lush vegetation and old medicines. However, it was completely silent. There were no cries of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if this was a land of death. The ancient trees towered into the sky and extended their branches. Through the swaying tree shadows, one could see the 9 sacred mountains not far from here. They possessed a demonic nature that devoured one's life force. No! One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He knew that this time, it was most likely over. There was no way out. What kind of place was this? One could enter but not leave. During the archaic years, this forbidden land did not exist. It was formed during the ancient era. After the ancient race revived, they immediately understood the dangers of this place. Many ancient race experts had come here with the intention of obtaining the 9 wonders' undying medicine, but in the end, they all died with grievances. Even saints failed. They barely managed to escape, but they lost an astonishing amount of lifespan in the process. And now, Yi Fan actually borrowed the great ancient emperor's chessboard formation to enter this place. Did he not want to live anymore? He wanted to take them down with him. Master, let's go. Now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. The 3 disciples wished they could grow wings and escape in an instant. In this place, they had lost all of their magical power. Apart from their still powerful physique, they were no different from mortals. Their faces were pale and ugly to the extreme. Huatan's expression was gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. He did not want to waste any more time in this place because every moment was taking his life. Today, you can enter but not leave. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His physique was sturdy, and even without relying on his cultivation, he still possessed astonishing battle prowess. He turned into a faint golden figure and blocked the way. Wang! A spear pierced over, distorting the void. This was purely the power of the flesh. The dark golden spear tore apart the heaven and earth, emitting a black light. Huatan's expression changed. His strength was greatly restricted in this place. He had lost the magical power of a saint that could look down on the common people, so it was difficult for him to circulate his own cultivation. He activated it with great difficulty, and barely managed to produce strands of radiance that wrapped around his fist. It emitted strands of divine might to block the spear. After the 2 of them collided, divine light splashed outwards, and sonorous sounds rang out. Their palms and fingers were comparable to silver essence, and their sparkling and translucent bodies contained the power to split open the heavens. Clang! Huatan's palm was sparkling and translucent. He avoided the sharp tip of the spear and struck the spear shaft from the side. Then, like a fish, he slid down the long black spear shaft and chopped towards Yi Fan's finger. He wanted to seize his weapon. Yi Fan stepped to the side, holding the spear in his left hand and blocking with his right fist. His fist fingers glowed with a golden luster, forcing Hua Tan to retreat. Then, he gripped the spear with both hands and used it as a big stick, striking horizontally. With a shrill cry, the airflow exploded and the void was compressed until it became blurry. Hua Tan quickly retreated. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. One of Hua Tan's disciples was swept by the black spear. His bones were broken, and his flesh and blood splashed out. His bones were thick, and his body flew out like a fallen leaf, losing his life. You! Green veins appeared on Hua Tan's forehead, and his whole body emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. However, he couldn't change anything. In this forbidden zone, it was difficult for him to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. Yi Fan frowned slightly. As expected, cultivators who had obtained the position of saint had transcended the scope of humans. Even in the forbidden zone, they could still use part of their magic power. This couldn't be explained with common sense. What was this place? A life-forbidden zone. In the past few decades, ever since the 9 dragons carrying coffins smashed into the abyss and desolation slowly recovered, the forbidden zone had become more and more terrifying. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a Dao Severer, no matter what their cultivation level was, once they entered, their cultivation would be cut off. He still clearly remembered that when the peerless emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't have much life left, in order to prolong his life, he wore the golden battle armor of the ancient sages and carried a battle sword on his back as he charged into the forbidden zone. Not long after he entered, he directly turned into flying ashes. Only a set of golden divine clothes rushed out, leaving behind only a desolate scene. Saints transcended all living beings and couldn't be calculated with common sense. Hua Tan's cultivation hadn't completely dried up, and with his saint-level body, he still had the power to fight. Swoosh! Hua Tan rushed over like an arrow that had left the bow. Every second he was delayed meant that he would be in more danger. He didn't want to stay for even a moment and wanted to fight his way out. Yi Fan attacked with his spear. Every time he swung it, it could shatter the sky. Hua Tan's other 2 disciples were so shocked that they were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Hua Tan was a saint of his generation. Even if he couldn't use his magic power, he was still extremely experienced in battle. He took a step forward and attacked horizontally, avoiding the tip of the spear. At close range, he attacked Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan was calm and composed. On his body was a layer of stone armor, made with the skin of the divine origin stone as the material and refined with the 6 seals of the celestial prohibition technique, turning it into the heavenly origin divine robe. His every movement was incomparably calm. Even with the corrosion of time, he would definitely last longer than Hua Tan. The one who would fall first would definitely not be him. Clang! The dark golden spear in Yi Fan's hand stabbed out rays of divine light, not leaving Hua Tan's vital points. It left bloody marks on his body. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Hua Tan's palms and fingers were filled with divine light. His palms were transparent and bright, gushing out divine light. He wanted to forcefully shake out the saint power and destroy Yi Fan. This was a threat. The saint power was not dried up. Although it was only wisps, it was still very terrifying. Master, you must kill him. The other 2 did not dare to speak. They could only pray in secret. At the same time, they moved their feet and retreated into the distance, wanting to escape. Chi! Suddenly, a ray of black light shot over. The dark golden spear left Yi Fan's palm and flew over. One of Hua Tan's disciples spat out blood. He was pierced by the spear and flew hundreds of feet away. He was nailed to the ground. At the same time, Yi Fan left the battlefield. Like a pale golden Jiao dragon, he moved over and grabbed the spear again. Hua Tan's other disciples saw this and felt a chill from head to toe. He did not dare to take another step. This was a god of death. His fierce aura made his legs weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Moreover, he was rapidly aging. He was originally in his prime, but now he was covered in wrinkles. It would not be long before he died of old age. Master, save me! Hua Tan saw this and could not help but let out a long roar. He had already become a saint, but he was forced to this step by an ant in his eyes. He had killed 3 of his disciples in front of him. This was a great hatred and humiliation. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The two fought again. The dark golden spear and the fist resonated, interweaving like bolts of lightning. An ant cannot bite a dragon to death. I have become a saint. How can an ant like you bully me? Huatan's face was ashen. His killing intent was revealed, and the saint light overflowing from his palm became a little thicker. Yi Fan was fearless. He held the spear and fought. The dark golden spear flickered with a cold metallic luster. His body was slender and strong. His black hair fell to his waist. His eyes were clear and bright. His entire being was restrained, and there was a kind of transcendent temperament. Wang! The two of them exchanged blows again. Yi Fan's spear struck his shoulder. Huatan staggered, and a bloodstain appeared. He let out an angry roar. Heaven and earth, the Tao is natural. The great Tao of the universe appears. Suppress! Huatan roared angrily. Boom! He really borrowed a strand of the divine might of the great Tao. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. The divine might was faintly discernible, majestic and irresistible. However, it only lasted for a moment. The marks in the sky collapsed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. It could not be suppressed. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. He had already guessed this result. Otherwise, why would he choose this place as the battlefield? This was the only place that could suppress a saint. Princess Divine Silkworm is only a step away from becoming a great sage. She wears the ancient imperial battle robe that her race seizes the fortune of the world to barely protect herself. She can fly and fight against the desolate slaves. You are an existence that has just become a saint. Your Tao fruit has not been consolidated, and you don't even have a sacred weapon. Yet, you want to defy the heavens here? Yi Fan's merciless attacks became even faster. The dark golden spear in his hand turned into a black light, covering Huatan within. Ah! In the distance, Huatan's disciple screamed. His skin all loosened. He was originally an expert of his generation, but now he was about to die of old age. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran madly, rushing out of the forbidden ancient land. The white hair on his head scattered with the wind. He was incomparably miserable. To him, this was a demonic land. Yi Fan's spear struck horizontally, forcing Huatan back. He turned into a stream of light and chased after him. How dare you! Huatan was furious. He had already watched 3 of his disciples die in his hands. At this moment, his eyes were about to split open. He definitely could not allow such a thing to happen again. Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled. His blood energy was vigorous. As a saint physique, he had experienced the baptism of lightning many times. He had even rushed through the primal chaos lightning domain and tempered himself thousands of times. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained terrifying power, and his life energy was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up in an instant. With a pu sound, his right hand descended and cut off this person's head. He held it in his hand, dripping with blood. For you! After stopping, he turned around and handed over a head dripping with blood to Huatan. Huatan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He let out a mournful roar like a wild beast. His chest was about to explode from anger. He clenched his teeth until they shattered, and the veins all over his body bulged. Bang! Yi Fan threw out the head. It streaked across the sky and landed in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this point, Huatan's 4 great disciples had all been killed. Hand over your life. Huatan went all out. He did not believe that as a saint of a generation, he could not kill a Tao executioner. His attacks became even more ferocious. Clang! Yi Fan held the long spear in his hand as if it was his own arm. Every strike was fatal. Dark golden divine radiance suddenly appeared, shattering the void. Every strike was fatal. Pooh! Huatan could not dodge in time, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Blood splashed out as he flew forward. A single drop of a saint's blood could eliminate a powerful being. Even though Yi Fan's physique was powerful to this extent, he did not want it to touch his body even though he was fearless. He let out a light shout and twisted the black spear, almost lifting Huatan up. He swung the spear shaft and flung Huatan away, smashing him into a large limestone with a pung sound. Tan was both shocked and furious, but he had no other choice. He could not kill this enemy with a single palm strike. His cultivation was nothing, but he could not display it all in this place. Meanwhile, his opponent had a saint physique of the human race. His physique was powerful, and his blood energy was exuberant beyond imagination. In terms of physique alone, he was not inferior to Tan. This was almost inconceivable. He had not yet become a saint, but Yi Fan's physique had almost surpassed the limits of a human. His exuberant blood energy was as terrifying as the ocean. Kill! Tan shouted loudly. He used all kinds of techniques, all of which were wonderful techniques for physical combat. They contained the truths of heaven and earth, and every move he made was filled with killing intent. However, what made him want to vomit blood was that in the field of close combat, he was actually inferior to the ant in his eyes. Yi Fan's attacks were simple and direct, and they were extremely effective. Bang! Yi Fan held the spear with both hands and swung it around. After exchanging hundreds and thousands of blows, it struck Tan's back, sending him flying over 100 meters away. His spine was almost broken, and he was covered in blood. Chapter 1103. Tan spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. The attack just now had sent him flying hundreds of meters away. His entire spine felt like it was broken, and he was exhausted. He chanted sutras as his joints crackled. He forcefully channeled his divine energy to heal his wounds. Waves of blood energy rose and his body shone brightly. In just an instant, he had used up hundreds of years of his lifespan. The price of using a secret healing technique in this forbidden area was too high. In this forbidden area, he could only use a little bit of his cultivation. If he wanted to truly heal his origin, the amount of blood essence consumed was far less than the amount consumed by the forbidden area. Holy physique of the human race. Do you want to die together with me? Even if you injure me, you won't be able to live, Tan said with a gloomy expression. You die, I live. There's nothing more to say. Surrender your head. Yi Fan began a new round of attacks. Time was of the essence. He couldn't waste any more time here. The dark golden spear drew out a black light and soared into the sky like a black dragon. It turned into a life form and pierced through all obstacles, aiming straight at Tan's forehead. Ever since I became a saint, I have never experienced such humiliation. My disciples were killed one after another. If I can't use you as food, what face do I have left? Die, you ant! Tan fought with everything he had. Tao sounds rang out in his body as he forcefully absorbed the holy power and channeled his cultivation. He didn't mind paying the price of a part of his life. However, the effect wasn't good. The forbidden area of life suppressed all laws and Tao marks and stripped away the cultivator's lifespan. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as white as paper. Clang! The spear in Yi Fan's hand was almost at his forehead. Tan leaned to the side and avoided the sharpness. He forcefully spat out a beam of divine light. The heaven and earth collapsed, and Yi Fan retreated like a golden lightning bolt. After this battle, Tan's expression became gloomy. Wrinkles crawled up his face. The power of the forbidden area had manifested, and even saints couldn't withstand it. At the same time, although Yi Fan was wearing the heavenly origin divine robe, his face gradually lost its luster. A few strands of white appeared in his black hair, and his life was slipping away. The two of them fought fiercely. Time was of the essence, and they both wanted to kill each other at their peak. One was a true saint, and the other had the saint physique of the human race. His physical body and bloodline power were both extremely powerful. Both of them did not have much cultivation experience, so they could not use their secret techniques. Occasionally, they could use their mana once or twice, but it was not enough to threaten their lives. Focus on close combat. Their speed was very fast. From the beginning until now, not even a quarter of an hour had passed. Not much time had passed, but all of their faces had some wrinkles. Kill! The two of them fought to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. Yi Fan used a dark golden spear to the acme of perfection, whipping Tan 4 times and piercing his body twice. Scarlet spots. This was the blood of a saint. Blood seeped out of the corner of Tan's mouth. His expression was cold. Although he did not say anything, his gaze was like a knife. He strove to kill his way out of the forbidden zone. Once he escaped, he would torture Yi Fan 10 times more. Human holy body, you better pray that I don't leave this place. Otherwise you will understand. Hua Tan's expression was sinister because a new wound had appeared on his body. You won't have the chance. The spear in Yi Fan's hand was like a violent storm. It turned into a black light and drowned out everything in front of him. At this stage of the battle, there was no way he would let this person go. Yi Fan used the black spear to slash and stab forward at the same time. It was a spear, a knife, and a staff. There were all kinds of attacks. Hua Tan was covered in wounds. The most serious attack was almost pierced through his heart, causing blood to spurt out. Summon the ancestor, bestow the seal. Hua Tan shouted. As a saint, his life was threatened by Yi Fan. This was a disgrace to him, so he fought back with all his might. Between his eyebrows, traces of the Tao interweaved. He barely activated his secret technique, wanting to use a powerful attack. Boom! The blood energy in his body boiled, turning into strands of demonic patterns that appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed from all the pores on his body, condensing the power of heaven and earth and emitting strands of saintly might. Clang, clang. He barehandedly blocked the dark golden spear, his strength astonishing. He finally had the dignity of a saint, but his body was quickly aging. Even the space between the thumb and index finger of someone as powerful as Yi Fan split apart. The stone armor covering his body shattered inch by inch, falling onto the ground. His true body fell into the ancient desolate forbidden land, suffering the corrosion of time. I am a saint. I want to see what you are going to use to fight against me. Hua Tan shouted loudly. He pressed forward step by step, his attacks becoming more and more vicious. Unfortunately, he still couldn't display the secret technique. It only made his body release holy splendor, his flesh becoming several times stronger. How long can you last? Yi Fan stared at his wrinkled body and said coldly. If I can't do it, then you won't be able to stop Huang's power either. You will definitely fall here, turn into a pile of yellow earth. Hua Tan said coldly. He didn't believe that Yi Fan would truly take him down with him. After exchanging blows again, Hua Tan finally couldn't continue activating his blood energy. His entire body became dim, and his wrinkles deepened. His body staggered. From the start of the battle until now, he had lost at least 1,000 years of lifespan. In the distance, purple light flashed. Hua Tan was pleasantly surprised. He gave up on Yi Fan and quickly rushed over. There was a 20,000-year-old purple gold lotus on the ground. Its entire body was sparkling with purple light, and it was 2 feet tall. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Hua Tan grabbed it with a single motion, opening his mouth and devouring it fiercely. Right now, his essence energy consumption was severe. Rare ancient medicines could be seen on the ground from time to time, the best things to replenish one's life potential. Yi Fan didn't stop him. He calmly produced a jade bottle, pouring it into his mouth with gudong dong sounds. This was divine liquid obtained from the immortal ascension pool, and it had great effects in replenishing one's life essence energy. You! Hua Tan was shocked. When he saw this, he immediately threw himself over to seize the jade bottle. It was because if this continued, he would definitely exhaust him to death. Yi Fan put away the jade bottle and continued to fight a great battle against him. He was full of energy, his blood energy surging. His attacks became more and more ferocious. Hua Tan was ruthless. He actually used his body to endure Yi Fan's spear attack, allowing it to pierce through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood at Yi Fan. Yi Fan forcefully shook his spear, and the dark golden spear pierced through Hua Tan's chest. It rushed out and didn't fall into the enemy's hands. He fell back. Although he had lost the dark golden spear, his expression was calm and didn't show any fear. His fists were glowing, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. That was his blood boiling. Kill! The two rushed together, fighting with their lives on the line. Their physical bodies clashed as they launched the final life and death struggle. After hundreds and thousands of exchanges, a golden figure and a purple light tangled together. Blood splashed out from time to time. Yi Fan had used his Tao-severing body to kill a Saint Realm ancient king. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the forbidden zone for life for half an hour. Yi Fan finally revealed a worried expression. He couldn't delay any longer. There was no time for a stalemate. From this moment on, His attacks became even sharper. His black hair was disheveled, and his golden fists flickered with the sound of thunder. It was as if bolts of lightning were interweaving as they struck Huatan's body. Blood gushed out, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. One of his arms had been twisted. His close combat skills couldn't compare to Yi Fan's battle saint technique. He was at a disadvantage, and his arm was broken. "Kill!" Yi Fan shouted. He slapped his palm hundreds and thousands of times, and then he pulled forcefully. Huatan's left arm was broken, and blood gushed out. The white bones were visible. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had clearly become a saint, but his arm had been broken by a Dao-severing expert, and he had suffered such a heavy injury. Yi Fan quickly retreated, avoiding the bloody impact. He broke off the saint's arm and threw it on the ground, dyeing the grass red. Huatan was like a wounded beast. His eyes were blood red. Although he had lost an arm, he was still extremely dangerous. He turned into a beam of purple light and pounced on Yi Fan. A battle of life and death had begun once again. Yi Fan calmed himself down, avoiding the sharpness and attacking where he was weak. His body was like a flood dragon, leaping and leaping. One moment, he was like a rock spreading its wings, and the next, he was like a true dragon emerging from the sea. His fists moved, and wind and thunder erupted. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It could be considered heaven-defying to be able to use pure physical strength to such a level in the forbidden ancient land. Bang! Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed. There was no golden light splashing out, but the invincible fist intent was contained within. It struck Huatan's sternum, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. His entire chest caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was hopeless. Huatan knew that he was in danger, and that it would be difficult to reverse the situation. "I am an ancient saint. You want to kill a saint and become famous under the heavens? Impossible. I won't let you do as you wish. At the very least, I will drag you to death with me." Huatan roared. He could imagine what kind of great waves would be created once Yi Fan slaughtered him. His name would certainly go down in the history of cultivation. Meanwhile, as the loser, he would highlight this child's battle achievements. He would also be recorded in the annals of history and become a pitiful foil. One would shake the past and the present, while the other would become a stepping stone. As a negative example, just thinking about it made his blood energy unstable and his body about to explode. Chi! Light flashed between his brows. He was actually about to forcefully use his powerful divine sense. A small purple person was about to rush out of his frontal bone. "Ah!" Huatan screamed miserably. As soon as his primordial spirit appeared, cracks appeared one after another. The small purple person screamed miserably, but it still flew towards Yi Fan. This was perhaps the only method he could use to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very straightforward. He took out a wooden stick from behind his back that was like a sword and a mace. It was simple and unadorned. He held it with both hands and immediately hacked at his primordial spirit. The small purple person couldn't dodge and was immediately smashed into pieces. He let out a miserable cry as his entire body broke apart and rushed back into his frontal bone. How could Yi Fan let go of such an opportunity? With the deity striking whip in his hand, he arrived in front of Huatan with a single step. With a pft, the whip landed on his frontal bone, almost shattering his skull and creating large cracks. It had to be said that the physical body of a saint was truly sturdy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into flying ashes. Huatan suffered serious injuries. His body staggered and he quickly retreated. However, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist arrived again and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Moreover, he was caught up before he could land. Yi Fan grabbed his remaining right arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the bone broke and blood gushed out. Huatan had completely lost the chance to turn the situation around, and his right arm was also torn off. Slaughter a saint! It was about to happen, and no one could stop it. Yi Fan threw away the bloody arm and swung his right leg. He spun high up and then kicked out with force. Huatan screamed miserably. His spine was fractured, and the upper half of his body was almost rotten. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He flew hundreds of meters away and couldn't move at all. Huang's power surged. His flesh and blood withered, and he could no longer resist or struggle. Yi Fan picked up the dark golden spear and with a pft, pierced through his body and lifted him up. Meanwhile, his left hand held the deity striking whip and struck at his frontal bone. Bang! Blood rained down. Hua Tan's primordial spirit was shaken out, and a large half of it was immediately shaved off. The little purple person in the forbidden ancient land lost the protection of its physical body, and almost immediately dried up and died. Slaughter a saint today, Yi Fan said coldly. This place couldn't stay for long. He carried Hua Tan and quickly rushed out of the forbidden land. During this process, he destroyed the vitality of his physical body and obliterated his primordial spirit, fearing that he would suffer a backlash. Before long, the edge of the forbidden land was already in sight. Yi Fan stopped, and the dark golden spear in his right hand shook. Hua Tan's body was immediately covered in dense cracks. As for his primordial spirit, that little purple person was also almost obliterated by the deity striking whip. Only a weak beam of light was left. Hua Tan smiled bitterly. His cultivation of a lifetime was completely destroyed. Even if he could escape, he was finished. His primordial spirit was the most precious, but it was almost obliterated. Now, it was only the size of a bean. Human saint physique. Do you really think you can slaughter a saint? Die with me. At this moment, he completely let go. He was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? His primordial spirit merged back into his physical body. His entire body was glowing, and he was actually going to disintegrate. He was going to use the flesh and blood of a saint to burn and grind Yi Fan to death. At this moment, Yi Fan only had a few actions. He threw the dark golden spear out, threw the deity striking whip out of the forbidden ancient land, and didn't hesitate to cut open his own body to take out the myriad chi cauldron and throw it out of the forbidden land. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Hua Tan. Golden blood flowed all over his body, and his fists emitted a dazzling light. Boom! He blasted Hua Tan's body with one punch, allowing the saint's blood to splatter on his body. His body also suffered terrible injuries because of this, but he didn't care. It's useless. Today, you will accompany me to death, and turn into ashes with me. Hua Tan laughed crazily. The flame of his primordial spirit was about to be extinguished, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to death with him. Kill! Yi Fan roared. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire divine body was filled with saint blood. He punched out again and again, causing Hua Tan to disintegrate. Golden lightning interweaved between his fists. This was a kind of tyrannical power, and it had crushed a saint alive. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and there were white bones stained with traces of blood everywhere. So what? You can't change the ending. I will drag you to death with me. All the flesh and blood were wriggling, emitting a terrifying power. They burned fiercely, drowning Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was cold. Slaughtering a saint was right in front of him. Even though danger was approaching, he was still incomparably calm at this moment. He only spat out 2 words. Lamentable. I am lamentable, but you aren't much better. This is the sacred flame of life and death. Even if you escape from the forbidden ancient land, it will still burn your body and spirit. Die together. Hua Tan screamed crazily. Lamentable. You still don't understand even now. Go die yourself. Yi Fan punched out. Golden lightning interweaved, causing all the flesh and blood to burn even more intensely, rushing in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan's hair was white like snow, and his appearance was old. He stood in the forbidden ancient land, allowing the corrosion of time and the sacred flame to coil around him. He stood alone in the world of mortals, his expression peaceful and calm. His body was slowly fading. What's going on? Hua Tan finally discovered the abnormality. He was both shocked and angry as he shouted loudly. 1 chi into 3 pure ones, equivalent to a true body. Why would I accompany you into a dangerous place? Yi Fan's figure faded. His expression was indifferent and incomparably peaceful. That is. Hua Tan roared angrily as he looked into the distance. Outside the forbidden ancient land, another Yi Fan stood calmly. He put away the myriad chi cauldron, the deity striking whip, and the dark golden spear. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood alone in the world of mortals. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep as he looked over here quietly. Ah! I can't accept this. Huatan screamed. He wanted to go crazy, but he was powerless to reverse the situation. Chapter 1104. How hateful! Huatan was unwilling to give up. He let out a mournful howl like a wild beast, but he couldn't change anything. In the end, he couldn't escape death. A cool breeze blew past, and the ancient trees in the forbidden zone swayed. Ashes flew up. Huatan had been burned to ashes by his own destructive holy light, and the ashes scattered with the wind. In the distance, Yifan watched everything quietly. His purple robe fluttered, and his expression was calm. After a long time, a sound came from behind him. Duanda and the others had arrived. Haha, a saint was slaughtered. This time, it's completely heaven-defying. Longma laughed wildly. The hooves of his horse galloped, and flames flickered. He had almost mistakenly entered the forbidden zone. Yifan wasn't too excited. He saw the gap between himself and a saint. The difference between the two couldn't be measured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no hope of winning in the forbidden zone of life. The difference is too great. As a saint, he is unfathomably strong. Even though he was lured into the forbidden zone, he still managed to kill Yifan's other body, the Black Emperor said with a solemn expression. That was equivalent to another Yifan with flesh and blood. There was no difference between the two. He died in the forbidden zone, indicating that if Yifan's real body entered, he would have perished together with Huatan. In today's world, if you want to have the capital to settle down, you must become a saint. Otherwise, things will become even more complicated when the ancient sages from the outer realms come. The world will definitely be in chaos, Duanda said. Becoming a saint. An invisible pressure appeared in Yifan's heart. This was just an existence that had just become a saint. How terrifying would a true ancient saint be? And what kind of terrifying cultivation would the few great sages who stood at the peak of the entire ancient planet have? Just thinking about this question would make one shiver from head to toe. Huatan left something behind, Yitong said. Yifan had already seen it, but it was not suitable for him to go in now. Using the one qi turning 3 pure ones required time, and it couldn't be used continuously. When the red sun set in the west, a wisp of clear air appeared above Yifan's head, and another version of himself was born. He walked in, and this time it was a flesh body. He arrived at the place where Huatan died. Under the ashes of the calamity, there were a few pieces of sacred bones covered in cracks, and there was also a palm-sized jade stone. After taking it out, Duanda pursed his lips and said, "Its bones are all rotten. It can't be compared to a saint king. It can't even be used to forge weapons." The Black Emperor appraised the jade, saying that it was a secret treasure that came from the hands of the great sage. Even though it wasn't some weapon, it had wondrous uses. Everyone frowned. It was just as they had expected. There was a great sage behind Huatan after all. This made them feel worried. "It's fine. Wear these things on your body and you'll be safe." The Black Emperor distributed a string of pendants to the few of them. It was carved from the divine tree branch of enlightenment and contained the heaven-deceiving array marks. This secret treasure can be placed in the green cauldron. "After the great sage's aura is removed, I will study it," the Black Emperor said. The group of people left the forbidden land. They hadn't gone far when they felt the mountains shake. A whistling sound came from the forbidden land of the ancient desolate era. Desolate's power surged out of the forbidden land and pervaded the mountains. Many birds and beasts directly turned into withered bones, making the few of them feel their hair stand on end. "Let's go, something shocking is happening here." They quickly retreated and rose into the sky. They revealed shocked expressions as they watched from afar. The 9 sacred mountains surged with multicolored mist. All kinds of mist lingered about, making it look hazy. It was very different from before. A few desolate slaves have appeared above the abyss. They all opened their heavenly eyes and could see 1,000 li away. They saw a few figures, all of them dressed in ancient clothes. They all had terrifying origins. One of them was a woman with peerless beauty. She was the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago, the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate land. Now, she had become a walking corpse, her eyes without luster. Not a single one of them is ordinary. They are all incredible existences. Duanda narrowed his eyes. His emotions were somewhat strange. He stared at a white-haired old man. This person wore an ancient Taoist robe. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair was white like snow. His eyes were lead gray. Who knows? This is ancient sage Xiafeng. He had an audience with the Azure Emperor several times. His cultivation is great, but he is a slave here, Duanda said calmly. Since ancient times, the peerless experts who had reached the end of their lives would almost always make the same choice in their later years. They would enter the 7 great forbidden lands and search for immortal divine medicines in order to live a second life. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. Several figures appeared above the abyss, but they could only recognize 2 people. One was more powerful than the other. The others were dressed in ancient clothes, and it was impossible to distinguish them. It was unknown which era they belonged to. Voila! The sound of iron chains rang out. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear it clearly. A wave of black mist surged out, and a figure stood in the void. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. Azure light flickered, and it was astonishing. The heavenly eyes were ineffective. Yi Fan and the others could not see through the black mist. They could not see the figure's body. That place was mysterious. Boom! The entire ancient forbidden land was trembling. The black mist surged violently, almost reaching the edge of the forbidden land. The sound of iron chains rang out continuously, as if it was right next to their ears. What is going on? What is going to happen? The large black dog's black fur stood on end, and he bared his teeth. He felt waves of unease. Could it be that he is going to come out? Yi Tong possessed the sun god's body, but he also felt a chill throughout his body. He sensed a special aura. It was said that the path of immortal ascension was going to open in the southern region, and the ancient sage said that it might appear in the ancient forbidden land. The ancient sages had just descended, and they chose this place. Was this really going to happen? Voila! The iron chains swayed, and the sound of metal rubbing against each other was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if there were many metal chains that were stretched taut, and they were going to snap at any moment. Is he the real desolation? Could it be that he is going to break free and leave the ancient forbidden land? The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was true, there would definitely be great chaos. Black Emperor, did this forbidden land already exist in Wuxia's era? Yi Fan asked. It should have existed for a long time. The Black Emperor stared at the 9 sacred mountains. Black mist surged there, covering the sun, moon, and stars. Did Great Emperor Wuxia ever say what kind of place this is? Did he ever come here to fight? Didn't I tell you guys long ago? I really don't know about this kind of question. When I followed Great Emperor Wuxia, he was already in his later years and went into seclusion. It is impossible for me to know all the great things he has done, the Black Emperor said. However, his eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. A strange expression appeared on his face and he said, "It seems that this place is very special." When the Great Emperor passed by the southern region in his later years, he once said something to himself, but I didn't hear it clearly. Think carefully, Duanda said, his eyes narrowing into slits. He said something about not becoming a celestial. I seem to recall these 3 words. Back then when I asked him about it, he only shook his head and didn't say much, the Black Emperor said. Voila! The sound of the chains became even louder, shaking their eardrums until they felt pain. All kinds of metallic cold light flickered in the black mist, incomparably dazzling. That is divine gold. The desolate slaves all retreated, standing on the 9 sacred mountains. Above the abyss in the center, a figure stood alone, pulling many divine chains straight. Scarlet multicolored light flickered, and the cries of phoenixes shook the 9 heavens. That was a divine chain forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Divine marks of the great Tao appeared, and it could extend endlessly, locking this person's body. Purple light was dazzling, and an expanse of purple mist surged. The divine marks of the purple gold chain trembled, extending from the abyss and locking this person down. He was struggling violently. Green light flickered, and immortal multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if there were streaks of tears flickering. This was a divine chain forged from immortal tears and green gold. It was sparkling and brilliant, as if the tears of immortals were flowing down. This is... When he saw this scene, even Duanda was a bit stupefied. There were 4 or 5 divine chains that intertwined with each other, winding around this person's body, trapping him in the abyss. They were all unmatched divine gold, materials used to forge extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Not even great ancient emperors might be able to find them, yet they were used to bind a person. Just how terrifying was this? What exactly is going on? Just what kind of cultivation realm has this person reached? Who was it that locked him up here? What kind of background does he have? The so-called desolate might be a prisoner, locked up by someone with extreme Tao divine gold, unable to break free from this place. It was hard for others to understand who had such heaven-reaching magical power. Honglong. The 9 sacred mountains were trembling, shaking intensely. That figure was struggling, and the Tao marks on the extreme Tao divine gold chains seemed like they were going to shatter. He might struggle free at any time. Black mist surged, and all types of divine gold radiance flickered about. From time to time, one could see the dazzling metallic luster. Only that body couldn't be seen through the entire time, unable to be seen clearly. Why is it like this? Why does he suddenly want to leave the ancient desolate forbidden land? The few of them were shocked, but at the same time, they were puzzled. Could it be that your great battle with Huatan just now angered him? Longma's eyes rolled. The Black Emperor and Duanda also looked over, both of them staring at Yifan, as if they were looking at the culprit, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of the 7 great life-restricted areas, only this place had an unmatched existence that might appear in the world today. If it was true, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Let's go, let's leave this place first. No wonder the 2 sages from outside this region retreated. Perhaps they saw that something was wrong. Yifan said. There was no need to keep an eye on them here. Otherwise, if Desolate came out, wherever he went, the creatures would definitely wither up and become a land of death. Something unexpected would happen to them. The realm gate opened, and their group decisively left. The iron chains behind them resounded through the heavens, and the black clouds that stretched for hundreds of li had nothing to do with them. Huatan's soul lamp has been extinguished, he's dead. That day, the ancient race that Huatan was in revealed this piece of news. A saint had fallen. Who was it that killed Huatan? During these past few days, he had always been chasing after Yifan. Could it be that the human race's ancient saint couldn't stand it any longer and took action against him? It's definitely the human race's ancient saint, or else who could kill Huatan? Someone as powerful as Yifan is still at the Tao Severing realm. There's no way he can defy the heavens. When news got out, it triggered a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, because this might very well trigger great chaos. After all, it involved a confrontation between saints. However, soon after, a secret rumor leaked out. It was Yifan who killed Huatan. The ancient race had someone proficient in divination who deduced this result. Hua! The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was stupefied. How could they believe this type of reality? Was the ancient race trying to find an excuse to take action against the human race's divine body? No one believed this. Yifan killed a saint? This was too preposterous. Even if he was an imperial prince, even if he had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to have this kind of battle prowess. It's true. Huatan really was killed by the human race's divine body. The moment his soul lamp was extinguished, the final scene was reflected. It was Yifan who destroyed his divine body. Many people from the ancient race didn't believe it at first, but after going to Huatan's clan to verify it, they received conclusive evidence. They were all dumbfounded. When this news spread out, people couldn't help but believe it. The entire world was shocked, and the entire world was in an uproar. Yifan killed a saint. This was truly heaven-defying. Yifan killed a saint. This is enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ruthless, comparable to the young Wuxia, and comparable to the Azure Emperor. With this kind of battle prowess, once he becomes a saint, who can contend against him? The entire world was shocked. Yifan had returned, and with his glorious accomplishment of killing a saint, he had rung the great bell of the mortal world. Great waves swept through the world. Huatan has finally become a saint, but he will be recorded in the annals of history as a negative example. He will become a foil to the human race's glorious battle. This is a battle that will shake the history of cultivation. 3 immortals killed a saint. There have only been a few examples since ancient times. The universe has been reversed. The entire world was discussing this, but they didn't know that the forbidden ancient land in the southern region was cracking. An even more terrifying event was about to happen. Chapter 1105. Slaughtering a Saint. It was a dreamy and revered phrase. Now it really happened. The storm swept through the world and spread to every corner. Some people were happy while others were worried. Everyone had different reactions. After disappearing for over 10 years, Yifan actually did such a great thing after returning. It truly caused a huge uproar. The human race's saint physique has matured. Once he becomes a saint, who can stop him? We should destroy him while he's still in the bud and not let him grow. Someone from the ancient races said in a low voice. Yifan's performance made them deeply worried. This kind of glorious battle record left them dumbfounded. How could they resist him in the future? How could they suppress him? Comparable to ruthless people, comparable to the young Wuxia, comparable to the Qing emperor. A dazzling pearl shining with immortal light, able to illuminate the mountains and rivers. Those who were biased towards Yifan exclaimed and praised him from the bottom of their hearts. They were full of expectations for his future. It was very likely that he would become an immortal legend. A cool breeze blew past. The leaves danced in the wind, carrying with them the freshness of the earth and the fragrance of the flowers and plants in the mountains. Yifan stood on a mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Although he was far away from the forbidden ancient land, he still felt uneasy in his heart. He always felt that something terrifying was about to happen. He kept looking in that direction. "Master, let's go. There's no need to look anymore. In any case, we can't change anything," Yitong said. Yifan nodded. The group left this place and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. That day, they entered many places in the southern region. The streets and alleys, the inns, the tea houses, as long as there were cultivators, they would all be talking about the matter of Yifan slaughtering a saint. This was like a hurricane that swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, the southern mountains, and the western desert. This battle shocked the world. When the Void Emperor was young, he was nothing more than this. Within the Ji clan, a middle-aged man muttered to himself. He sat in the majestic palace. His skin was bronze, and his eyes were like lightning. He had a dignified aura. This was Ji Haoyue's father. He gazed into the sky and thought of his son and daughter. If they were still by his side, how far would they have grown? His daughter had interacted with Yifan. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter what he said. He didn't know if his son and daughter would return. Central Province, within the Yin sect, a group of people were all silent. After 14 years, this person had returned again, making them feel extremely uneasy. In the western desert, when Miaoi heard this news, her eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Is it really possible to be undefeatable in this world, to be able to break through all obstacles with a pair of fists? In the center of the eastern wasteland, there was an old man with white hair draped over his shoulders. He was tall but couldn't straighten his body. His eyes were dim and lifeless. He looked into the distance and said, "My Peng, could have fought against him in the past, but he died young. He died in the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Peng race." With a desolate sigh. He seemed to have aged 500 years in an instant. His eyes became even dimmer, and turbid tears flowed down, streaking across his wrinkled face. It was the golden-winged old Rock King. He was once a demon king, but now he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. His golden hair had turned snow-white without any luster. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. He stood up from an old tea house and staggered. He looked at a young man on the street, and his golden eyes shot out two beams of light. "His temperament is very similar to my Peng'er's, silent and stubborn." In front of him, a young man was covered in blood. It was clear that he had just gone through a fierce battle. His face was full of determination. "Young man, what is your name?" The old Rock King went over to greet him. "Long Yuxuan," the young man replied. The old Rock King trembled and stretched out a rough hand. In the end, it was quickly blocked by Long Yuxuan. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes. "Good. Really similar. I don't believe that no one can pass the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Peng race. I will fulfill my final wish and charge in." In the center of the eastern wasteland, when the Wind Phoenix heard that Yifan had killed a saint, her 5-colored mask shone brilliantly. Strands of immortal splendor surrounded her body, making her slender and beautiful body even more alluring. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, He actually killed a saint. Outside the window, rain fell on the banana leaves, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Hee hee. A wave of bone-chilling cold laughter transmitted from a small world. If someone heard this, they would definitely be terrified. This was the aura of the ancient saint of the killing Tao. This was an ancient divine palace. The carpet was actually the divine skin of a saint, and the ancient palace was actually piled up from the skulls of various kings. It looked snow-white and sparkling. It was cold and eerie, as if they had arrived at the Nine Hells underworld. In the northern region, the Jade Lake Saintess' eyes swirled. She was sitting under the immortal peach tree, facing a sparkling stone king. After hearing the news, she became absent-minded. "Big brother, where are you going?" In the Fire Qilin cave, blue light flickered. The graceful and elegant Fire Qilin spoke. Purple flames leaped about in the ancient cave. The Qilin lay down, and the fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air. "It really is him. I want to take a look and see if he really is powerful to this level. Killing a saint on the sixth small step of the Immortal Three is just too unreal." The Fire Qilin said. His body was tall and sturdy, and his blue hair scattered about. On Blood Phoenix Mountain, an ancient prince whose true body was covered by Dao marks stood up. "Is he really that powerful? I don't believe it. I want to fight against him." In the nest of 10,000 dragons, a tall and slender woman dressed in purple golden battle clothes gazed at the ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. She then suddenly turned around. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Her purple eyes were sparkling, and her body was dazzling. "He really killed a saint?" Central Continent, Odd Scholar Manor. An old man sat in a small wine shop, pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself. His old eyes looked blurry, but not a single person dared to approach. Business was bleak. Ever since they found out that this was the old manor lord, none of the disciples dared to breathe loudly when they passed by. "Woo, I really am looking forward to the most powerful trial in the starry skies. The human race's holy body is truly formidable. Can it kill a saint? However, I am even more looking forward to the appearance of another type of physique. When can an innate holy body Dao core be born? Who will be the most powerful in history?" In Alcade Old Lands, immortal multicolored light rushed into the heavens. During these past few days, the battle in the heavenly crater was intense. Noises rang out incessantly. Ancient saints took action together, bombarding the bronze immortal palace to forcefully open it. However, this immortal palace seemed to be an immortal artifact that could defend against the attacks of extreme Dao ancient imperial weapons. Even now, it didn't suffer any damage. It even swallowed two ancient saints inside, their fates unknown. Great Sage Hunchuo, Golden King, and Great Sage Qianluan. These three archaic giants had previously witnessed Emperor Fighting's unmatched might. He swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, yet now, they couldn't open the bronze palace. This bronze palace suppressed the entrance of the primal chaos immortal earth. If they didn't move it, then there was no way to enter the tomb of the great ancient emperors. "We might have to fight a great battle," Great Sage Hunchuo said. Qianluan nodded. The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell shook, releasing Walala sounds. It turned into a purple-colored true dragon that flourished with brilliance. The world was split open, primal chaos surging. Above the abyss, Gai Joyo frowned and said, "They didn't truly activate the ancient imperial weapons," feeling some misgivings, fearing that the immortal palace has an ancient great emperor's killing formation. Now, it seems like they are going to act for Real. Who knows, they might really be able to open it. On the other side, the golden swordbreaker turned into a streak of eternal immortal light, illuminating the heavens. It drew out a radiance that dazzled endless time. The ancient emperor's aura revived, and then it surged. In this place, it was as if an ancient emperor was awakening. They wanted to forcefully hack open the immortal palace, not wishing to waste any more time. Everyone's expression became serious. It was because the immortal palace was provoked. The immortal character in the palace became increasingly fierce, dripping with blood. The scriptures that were chanted made the entire world tremble, all life horrified. "Hack it apart. There are definitely secrets related to immortals inside," Great Sage Hunchuo said, his eyes flourishing with radiance. Hunglong. Heaven and earth were overturned. The archaic emperor was reborn. The The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell and golden swordbreaker released undying divine radiance, striking towards the bronze immortal palace. Southern region, ancient desolate restricted land. The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. At first, the sound traveled several hundred li, then it became several thousand, ultimately reaching over 10,000 li. All creatures in this region knelt down in worship. A figure towered in the void above the abyss, firmly bound by 4 immortal chains forged from divine gold. It was forcefully struggling, and the 9 sacred mountains were actually about to leave the ground, about to be uprooted from the earth. This was undoubtedly horrifying. The silence of endless time was broken at daybreak today. The aura of an ancient great emperor overflowed, cutting apart the 3 realms and 6 Tao, tearing apart the past, present, and future. At this moment, a light shout sounded from the ancient desolate restricted land. It was like the shout of an immortal, making the void collapse inch by inch, blasting the boundless heavenly dome into primal chaos. Nothing existed anymore. Then, an extremely ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. The phoenix blood scarlet gold, divine mark purple gold, immortal tear green gold, and eternal blue gold, the 4 divine chains all broke apart. An indistinct figure soared into the sky. A light roar sounded. Endless time seemed to have been thrown into disorder, as if it was going to flow in reverse. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li the entire southern region was in. Everyone trembled, trembling with fear. All life knelt down. A moment later, this feeling disappeared. All life felt as if they were in a great dream, none of them knowing what happened. On top of the 9 sacred mountains, a tall and slender figure stood in the clouds. His hair fluttered about. When he glanced back, it was as if tens of thousands of years had passed. The great Tao of heaven and earth trembled, collapsing because of him. Unfortunately, this type of stunning gaze only lasted for a moment before turning into indifference. It was submerged within the black mist, making it impossible to see if he was male or female. 4 divine chains, 1 scarlet multicolored light fluttered about, 1 surged with purple energy, and 1 flickered with green light. They respectively wrapped around his 4 limbs, imprisoning him here for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. However, his body never aged, and he couldn't feel the passage of time. This could be considered a type of miracle. He gazed into the distance, and then he tore with his bare hands. A beam of immortal light rushed up, splitting open the void. He took a step inside, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of li he had traveled in an instant. Almost in the next quarter of an hour, she appeared in the Alcade ancient land. She didn't travel with the help of the realm gate, but purely with her physical body. The distance she traveled in an instant was measured in units of tens of thousands of li. Swoosh! Gai Jiuyo, Wei Yi, and Divine King Jiang all retreated thousands of li. They opened their heavenly eyes and looked at the natural crater in disbelief. They were all moved. Huang, it's her. She has come into being. Wei Yi's lips were trembling, and his face was full of sadness. His heart was bitter, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Old tears fell. A tall and slender figure, the same throughout the ages, stood on top of the natural crater. In the 100,000 great mountains, countless vicious birds and ferocious beasts were instantly turned into white bones. The power of life flowed towards this place, gathering into that person's body. Her eyes were so cold that even ancient saints would tremble when they saw them. A single glance could last for tens of thousands of years. Being stared at by her eyes would cause the passage of time to flow with immortal force. Even peerless geniuses would turn into white bones. Chapter 1106. Mountains crumbled, seas dried up. In an instant, the world changed into mulberry fields. Wisps of mist drifted about. A slender figure stood in the mist, towering above the abyss, overlooking the bronze immortal palace and the primal chaos immortal earth. She had condensed the power of time. Even someone as powerful as Gai Jiuyo and the white-robed divine king could only retreat and watch from the distance, not daring to rashly approach. The 100,000 mountains were quiet. Life energy turned into small rivers, sparkling and translucent, flowing towards her body. The fluctuations of life surrounded her. This was a person that even ancient saints had to revere. Her eyes flickered, and reincarnation collapsed. Even heavenly geniuses were about to become withered bones. She didn't move, but just her appearance alone made people want to kneel and kowtow. And those who had this kind of feeling were all ancient saints. Who is it? The ancient race experts in the natural crater were naturally shocked. They all looked up. Above the abyss, the mist stirred. A pair of cold eyes gazed down, penetrating the void. Every single saint-level ancient king felt a great pressure, their skin and bones going cold. Below, some ancient saints felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but retreat. The life energy within their bodies leaked out, and their primordial spirits grew dim. It was as if they had aged several decades. What happened? Stop her. Our life force is flowing towards her. In the natural crater, the ancient race saints were shocked. Their bodies overflowed with essence energy, and every pore was shining. Their essence energy was decreasing sharply. This was something that had never happened before. Kill your way up. Even if the great sage came, he wouldn't dare to treat them like this. What kind of people were they? All races feared them. The four seas respected them. There was no one who didn't bow down. Shill. A jade-green arrow shot out. It was less than a meter long, but the trail of light it left behind was brilliant. It was like a comet that illuminated the entire sky. Ripples spread out, and streaks of lightning-like cracks appeared in the void. The trajectories were twisted and irregular. Pop! This was an ancient saint's full-powered attack, but it couldn't pose any threat to Huang. This sacred arrow stopped Tenjong away from him, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into powder with a chi sound. Who exactly is this person? Why is he targeting us? When did we make such a great enemy? The group of ancient kings were all uneasy. This was too powerful. Was this a quasi-emperor? Great Sage Hun Tuo and Golden King's faces were dignified. Each and every one of them had their emotions fluctuating up and down as monstrous waves surged in their hearts. Based on their intuition, they knew that this person was absolutely stronger than them. Go up. The great sage of Qianluan said. He ordered an ancient saint to charge forward and kill his way out of the natural pit. The pressure underground was too great. Boom. This person rushed up, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the abyss, black mist surged, sweeping over. His entire body immediately trembled intensely, his flesh quickly withering. His entire body aged 1,000 years, losing large amounts of life force. His face was snow white, and his heart was filled with terror. He was sent flying backwards. The loss of 1,000 years of life essence was unbearable. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him as he fell. That's too scary. His lips trembled as he fell to the ground. This was far more unbearable than a battle of life and death. Above, the mist lingered. That slender figure became even more unreachable as if he was standing in the 9 heavens. His eyes moved about, causing people to feel intimidated. The mist surged, submerging the entire natural pit. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, heavy and leaden. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, if one were to ask about the master of this world, it would undoubtedly be the ancient sages. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it took for an ancient emperor or a great emperor to be born. Only the ancient saints would often appear and rule this world. Yet today, they were actually suppressed. The several great sage all felt horrified. Is it an existence that is only half a step away from confirming the Tao, or has a great emperor of the human race been resurrected? Even the Golden King's voice was unnatural and contained a trace of fear. He, the great sage Hun Tuo, and the great sage of Qianluan had all experienced the era of the emperor of fighting. They had personally witnessed the might of the ancient emperor and truly knew how terrifying it was. It was unrivaled throughout the ages and no one could resist it. The person before them didn't have the aura of an emperor, but why was his temperament similarly terrifying? It was as if a great emperor was hibernating and sleeping within his body. She is very strange. What realm has she reached exactly? The ancient race kings were all suspicious. Go, let's go up first. At this time, even the great sage Hun Tuo couldn't remain calm. Ding-ling-ling. A string of purple bells vibrated. The great sage of Qianluan rose up. His body was covered in purple qi, and his sturdy body was protected by an extreme ancient imperial weapon. Each of the 10,000 dragon bells was sparkling and translucent like purple agate. When strung together, they formed a true dragon that shattered the sky, and the demonic sound was ear-splitting. Go up. The Golden King's eyes also narrowed. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon and held it in front of him to protect everyone. The ancient saint who shot the jade arrow just now continuously drew his bow and shot out hundreds of arrows. Although they weren't holy weapons, they were still the arrows of a sage. They were extremely powerful and opened up a path in front of them, cutting open the black mist. However, this was completely ineffective. The black mist devoured everything, and all of the arrow's essence energy was stripped away. They released popping sounds like bubbles, and then they turned into ashes. Huang stood above, her eyes shining with endless light. She had the power to strip away one's life force. She finally moved, reaching out a hand and grabbing forward. This was a hand that was spotlessly white like jade. Even though it was surrounded by black mist, one could still see the sparkling radiance. It was far away, and it was useless no matter how that ancient saint tried to flee. She instantly grabbed him. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. This ancient saint struggled intensely, but he couldn't struggle free. His pitch-black hair quickly became snow-white, and his skin that was flickering with luster even more so quickly dried up, becoming covered in wrinkles. He aged in an instant. This is the power of time. Hurry and stop him. An ancient saint cried out in alarm, producing a weapon and attacking forward. However, it was already too late. Between the spotlessly white jade-like palm and fingers, that ancient saint's life force dried up, and his primordial spirit flame went out. His entire body turned into ashes. What is she? She doesn't seem like a creature at all. Is she the tangible embodiment of time, or the representative of death? There wasn't a single person here who didn't shiver inwardly, especially the two ancient saints who took action, feeling even more uneasy. They operated their Dao skills, wishing to summon back the pagoda and heaven-gathering umbrella that flew out. Puh! The jade-like hand slapped down, simple and direct. The 33-layered ancient pagoda was smashed into dust, and the 100-jong-tall heaven-gathering umbrella turned into ashes. There was nothing left of the holy artifact. Ah! At the same time, the two ancient saints cried out loudly. It was because the sparkling jade-like fingers swept over towards them. Even though the trajectory was graceful, the movements graceful, they were fatal. Great Sage, save us! The two ancient saints cried out loudly, calling for help from Golden King, Qianluan, and the others. They also displayed wondrous techniques themselves, doing everything they could to attack. Dao traces were endless, forming a net of light. Pop! Huang's power exceeded the imaginations of the people of this world. Dao traces shattered, divine light devoured by the black mist. This jade-like hand covered them. There were no wondrous techniques, only mist swirling about. These two people's blood energy dried up, white hair scattered about, teeth loose, bodies withered, only white bones left. However, they quickly turned into bone powder, scattering into the natural crater. Can Quasi-Emperor do this? In the distance, the white-clothed divine king asked Gai Joyo. His eyes flickered with astonishing brilliance as he watched everything unfold. He can do it, but... Gai Joyo's essence energy reached the peak. His sickly expression was swept away, and like an unsheathed divine sword, his eyes resplendent as he stared rigidly at Huang. In the natural crater, the group of ancient saints all felt their scalps go numb. They were the rulers of this world, yet today, they encountered an existence that exceeded their understanding, one that seriously threatened their lives. Ancient Emperor Revival. Suppress. Golden King released a light shout. The golden swordbreaker in his hand turned into a streak of divine splendor, sweeping forward, striking towards Huang above the abyss. Dang! No one expected the figure above the abyss to directly use his hand to face the attack. His pure white fingers flicked the golden swordbreaker, releasing a resounding and sweet-sounding immortal sound. What? Taking on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with his bare hands. With a rumble, the natural crater exploded, and the primal chaos surged. The ancient race's great sage flew out with the golden swordbreaker in hand, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face full of fear. In the endless river of time, how many people dared to take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? They remembered that emperor fighting had done this in the archaic era. Based on this deduction, was this really a human race great emperor? The ancient saints present were all frightened. Saints surpassed the scope of humans, while emperors surpassed the scope of saints. The difference was so great that it could not be measured. He is not a human race great emperor. Great sage Hunchuo said. Someone carved formation patterns, opened a void domain gate, and wanted to escape. There was no way to stay in this place. How could they fight someone who could take on an ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? However, mist curled up from top to bottom. This place was sealed, and the void could not be opened, so it was impossible to cross. This is bad, we have to get out. The 10,000 dragon bell flew up, turning into a purple immortal dragon. It shook its head and tail, as if the ancient emperor of dragons had come back to life. The group of ancient saints almost collapsed to the ground. This was a type of extreme pressure. Pow! However, what was shocking was that desolation slapped out from above, and this ancient imperial weapon strung with purple gold divine bells was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the sky and into the primal chaos. Great sage Qianluan cried out in alarm, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his life force flowed away. He quickly retreated, and then used his heart as a guide to summon the ancient imperial weapon. The 10,000 dragon bell finally flew back. This is going to scare the ancient saints to death. Just what kind of background does she have to take on an ancient imperial weapon with her bare hands? After breaking a few immortal chains made of divine gold, her power has become even stronger, as if some kind of seal has been broken. In the distant sky, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duan Da, and the others were watching. When they saw this result, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Desolation has come. Even if these ancient saints don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. The ancient races will definitely suffer great losses. Duan Da said. Desolation took action again, and this time, he flew into the abyss with his true body. This made the group of ancient saints restless, as if their nests were about to explode. As she approached, their life force rapidly flowed away. No one could endure it. Fortunately, the golden gem and 10,000 dragon bell revived, and the ancient emperor's aura became stronger and stronger, protecting everyone within auspicious light. Quickly retreat, open up a path for her. She is heading for the bronze immortal palace. Great sage Hunchuo shouted. However, how could their speed compare to this person? The ancient saints still couldn't see whether she was male or female, or what her true appearance was like, but they felt that her style was unmatched. Her slender body was extremely indistinct, and her hair fluttered about. A pair of eyes swept over, making all of the ancient saints' fine hairs stand on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing. It was as if a giant dragon was staring at a dog. Two ancient saints were wrapped in black mist, struggling with great difficulty. However, their lives flowed away, and in the end, they became white bones. The others did their best to resist, especially the golden gem and 10,000 dragon bell. Dang! This time, the golden gem flew out, struck into the heavens by desolation's palm, disappearing into primal chaos. Chang! The 10,000 dragon bell's purple light covered the sun, auspicious energy surging. However, after just shaking a few times, it also flew out, struck into the foreign battlefield. Go! The three great sage turned around to run, not having the will to fight at all. How were they supposed to fight against this type of person? There was only defeat and no victory, unless the Emperor of Fighting revived. Ah! Blood originally splashed outwards. Desolation's jade hand slapped down, and then two ancient saints collapsed. Bright red blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. However, their essence energy immediately disappeared, turning into ashes. Chapter 1107. Huang entered the natural crater. This was a disaster that not even ancient saints could endure. Two ancient imperial weapons were sent flying. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the deities within the golden gem and 10,000 dragon bell revived, rushing back from outer space. Otherwise, the two great emperor clans might have lost their immortal weapons. Despite this being the case, no one could change anything. Right now, there was only one thing they could do: run. The ancient tomb of the human race great emperor couldn't be touched. This place was first guarded by the bronze immortal palace, and now, an existence comparable to an emperor realm expert appeared, making them suffer great losses. Pooh! A crack appeared between the brows of a few ancient saints. Blood flowed out, and their life force quickly leaked out. Their primordial spirit flames were about to go out. Their entire bodies were dispirited and listless, as if they immediately aged several thousand years. Ah! Miserable cries sounded one after another. Once Huang approached, Even the powerful ancient saints couldn't endure it. Their bodies aged, reaching the end of their lives. In the distance, a layer of goosebumps appeared on Yi Fan's body. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. What kind of cultivation realm was this? He entered a group of ancient saints alone, making all of them turn into corpses. Kill! An ancient saint cried out. In the end, a palm descended from the sky, turning him into a meat patty. Then, his spiritual essence scattered, his body and spirit wiped out. Few people had divine artifacts, but they were like tattered paper. A light brush from Huang turned them into powder. Before him, they weren't even comparable to 3-year-old children. They were truly ants. Go! Great Sage Qianluan, Golden King, and Great Sage Hunchuo held their ancient imperial weapons and broke out. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Even if there was an undying medicine left in the Great Tomb, they didn't want it. Chang! The golden Jian and 10,000 dragon bells shook together, finally cutting open the black mist and opening up a path of life. The three of them fled in a sorry state. Only 4 Saint Kings followed them out. The remaining people released miserable cries. Under Huang's slap, they all turned into meat paste. Their spiritual essence scattered, turning into dust. Not a single one remained. The natural crater was completely silent. Apart from the 7 who escaped, this group of ancient saints was completely wiped out. For the ancient races, this was a tremendous loss. Just how much time had passed? A single person descended from above, slaughtering all of these experts. She was the only one here, standing alone, facing the Bronze Immortal Palace. During these past few days, the southern domain had been in an uproar. Whether it was the ancient race or the human cultivators, there was no one who wasn't paying attention to the Great Tomb. However, now, with Huang's appearance, all sides became quiet, completely calming down this type of noise and chaos. No one dared to set their eyes on this place anymore. Huang made a trip around the Bronze Immortal Palace. Then, with a raise of his hand, this palace flew up, floating in midair. Multicolored light erupted in 10,000 streaks, auspicious brilliance descending in 1,000 streaks. That blood-colored, immortal character was restrained. She entered the primal chaos immortal soil alone. Not long after, all types of immortal radiance flew out, turning into strands of dense multicolored mist. With zhang sounds, they entered the Copper Palace. Huang came out, feeling disappointed and frustrated. The primal chaos immortal earth began to collapse. One could clearly see an expanse of artifacts flying into the Copper Palace. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, black mists overflowed into the heavens. Huang rushed into the sky. She supported the Bronze Immortal Palace with her hand, leaving all-cade ancient lands. The primal chaos immortal earth collapsed, turning into an expanse of multicolored mist, forever disappearing, no longer existing. She is. Duanda frowned. The Black Emperor was at a loss for words. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that he could only swallow a mouthful of saliva, finding it hard to speak. It was just this simple, just this easy. The Great Tomb was razed to the ground by her. She carried the Grand Bronze Immortal Palace in one hand, flying towards the ancient desolate forbidden land. No one in this world dared to stop her. She left just like that. Yi Fan said to himself. Ayo, we missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Just now, the ancient desolate forbidden land was empty. No one guarding it. We could have stolen the 9 wondrous divine medicine, and at the same time, we could have taken a look at how the path of immortality really was. Longma was too late for regrets. The others stared at it at the same time. Huang was so terrifying. Who dared plunder her forbidden land? They really were tired of living. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Huang left into the distance, a single step crossing tens of thousands of li. He passed through the heavens above. All birds and cultivators that encountered him turned into dust, their life force extinguished. Fortunately, she didn't walk on the great earth, or else nothing would be left. Her life force would be completely wiped out, and she would die for hundreds of thousands of li hong long long. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. Black mist surged endlessly. Huang seemed to have returned to the ancient desolate forbidden land with a single step. It was as if this world couldn't contain her body. She held the Bronze Immortal Palace in her hands, standing alone above the abyss for a long time. Then, she slowly descended, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Peace was restored in all directions. On the 9 sacred mountains, divine springs surged. The 9 wondrous divine medicine released a delicate fragrance, growing vigorously and flickering with radiance. The southern region was peaceful for a long time. Everyone was trembling inwardly. Huang appeared in the world, freely moving about the life-restricted lands. All of the cultivators in this region felt a deep fear, wishing to leave. Who could contend against an unmatched existence from the life-restricted lands? In the ancient years, all of the darkness chaos originated from the 7 great life-restricted lands. Many ancient saints fell in this battle, news spreading through the 5 regions. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Huang, who is she? She could actually appear in this world. Once she appears, who can contend against her? The ancient races are in mourning. This time, their losses were disastrous. A group of ancient saints were all wiped out in front of the emperor's tomb. Apart from a few individuals, no one else was able to escape. This is a great event since the creation of the world. The ruler of the life-restricted region took action. How many times has this happened since the ancient times? The entire world erupted into commotion. Huang appeared in the world, the effects great and incomparable. The people of the world were all discussing this. The ancient races were in a miserable state. This time, their teeth were crushed, and they swallowed the blood in their stomachs. It was just too miserable. A group of ancient saints were scattered and wiped out by a single person, not daring to resist. Why was it like this? Even an extreme Tao ancient emperor weapon couldn't stop her, sent flying with a single slap. Even the ancient emperor's aura that revived couldn't suppress her. What kind of existence was this? She didn't release the aura of a great emperor, but her flesh definitely reached this cultivation realm. Otherwise, how could she have these types of methods? This was what a saint king who survived said. Emperor realm flesh? This was a conclusion that made one couldn't help but think deeply and shiver inwardly. In this world, there should only be a single ancient emperor or great emperor. The two shouldn't meet, or else the others wouldn't be able to verify the Tao. Awu! The ancient races were covered in white mourning clothes. Many ancient saints died. Many people crying. Those who could become ancient saints. Which one of them wasn't the ancestor of a clan? Yet now it ended like this. Northern region was filled with cries of grief. The emperor clans of all directions, king clans of all directions were covered in a gloomy mist. The losses were great, difficult to make up for. It really was a serious injury. Who was she? The entire world was discussing this. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know. There is a 9-wonder divine medicine on the sacred mountain, 1 stalk divided into 9 stalks, watered daily by 9 divine springs, nourishing undying immortal energy. Could it be the divine silkworm ancient emperor? Within the ancient races, someone tossed out this type of conclusion. It was because the 9-wonder divine medicine belonged to the divine silkworm ridge's ancient emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that the divine silkworm exceeded the 10th transformation, reaching the ultimate realm, difficult for it to wither away. Impossible, it's been too long. The divine silkworm ancient emperor is someone from the archaic years. 1 or 2 million years have passed since then. How could he have lived until now? Moreover, the divine silkworm ridge had records that a half-emperor personally sent his father emperor into a divine ancient coffin, buried in the 9 heavens beyond. There was no way he could have appeared alive. It's the vicious great emperor, she might still be alive. There were a few ancient sects that recorded ancient secret histories. There were a few living fossils that came to this conclusion, but it was difficult for them to provide any convincing proof. Correct, the great tomb under Alcade seems to belong to the vicious person. If Huang is her, then it makes sense. However, who could live for so long? The vicious great emperor had already lived for more than 200,000 years. No matter how stunning she was, she still couldn't resist the passage of time. Was it really her? Devouring life force, this is extremely similar to her heaven-swallowing demonic art. To be more precise, it is a sublimated heavenly art. Someone made this association. Found it. I finally found a recording. In the ancient past, the 9 sacred mountains were originally a place of origin for the human race. It was rumored that the human ancestor came from outside this region, descending there. Later on, it was occupied by a holy spirit. She might be a holy spirit. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone began to speculate, but no one came to a conclusion. The unmatched existences of the 7 great life-restricted regions all had terrifying origins. From past until now, apart from great emperors, no one truly knew their origins. Inside the ancient races, there was a bleak atmosphere. So many ancient saints died, injuring their foundation. That figure made them shiver inwardly. If this person was a great emperor, what race did she belong to? The archaic clans all shivered inwardly. It was because Huang slapped so many ancient saints to death with a single palm, targeting them. She is a human. I can tell that she is definitely not my ancient race's emperor. A saint king that escaped spoke, coming to this conclusion. It left all of the ancient race's virtuous ones shocked. As for the 3 great sages, they didn't say a single word after returning, directly entering seclusion, not saying anything. What? A living mother ** king human king? The ancient race participants were all stupefied. Every single one of them felt a chill run from head to toe. This was a type of unmatched shock. Who is going to Origin Ancient Mine? Send news in. An extremely aged ancient king said with a trembling voice. Who can enter Origin Ancient Mine? If one recklessly barges in, there will definitely be a great disaster. Another ancient saint said. I believe she isn't targeting us, only going for the Bronze Immortal Palace. We might have touched something we shouldn't have touched. When this ancient saint's word sounded, everyone was stunned. Then they felt their bodies become even colder, their scalps a bit numb. Cold air seeped into their bones. That place was the ancient tomb of a human great emperor. Huang went to stop it, slaughtering so many saints. One could well imagine what this signified. Coexist peacefully with the human race. Don't vainly think about treating them as food anymore. Meanwhile, the world has changed. Long no longer the archaic era. The number of great emperors the human race has produced isn't any less than the ancient emperors. An old saint said. Many people became silent. From start to finish, it was always them who couldn't change their mentality, always feeling that the human race was weak and small, that they should be like the archaic era, relying on the various great clans, kneeling under their feet, taking life and death as they pleased. However, if one thought about it carefully, the human race didn't just produce a single great emperor, exceeding any of the ancient emperor clans, above all of the great clans. Race wiping out, that's just wishful thinking. If there really is a human great emperor alive, the ones who will be completely wiped out will be us. If we attack, it will only be a local battle, so we should stop before going too far. For example, attacking the human race's holy body, we definitely can't let him grow up. He can already slaughter saints now. This is a type of omen that can corroborate the Tao in the future. Someone said. Huang appeared, slaughtering the ancient clans until they were trembling with fear. They didn't dare anger him, but some of the more extreme ancient kings even more so realized that they definitely couldn't let the human race have another emperor, that they should be strangled in the cradle. Huang was suspected to be the human great emperor, and there were even more who believed that she was the vicious great emperor, the most astonishing and stunning individual in history. From that day forth, outside the ancient desolate restricted land, there were often people who kowtowed, praying for the human great emperor's protection, suppressing this great world where all races came from, returning the human race to peace. It was precisely from that day forth that an even more magnificent war song sounded. There were many corpses on the path of corroboration, the path of immortality about to open. Yi Fan was about to ascend the heavenly path, treading on this war song. Chapter 1108. With this poor Taoist's 1,800,000 years of cultivation, together with my many years of archaeological experience, the great tomb under Alcade definitely belongs to Huang, who is undoubtedly a fierce person. Duanda said. Uncle Duan, the human ancestor came to the Big Dipper only 1,000,000 years ago, far less than 1.8 million years ago, Yi Tong whispered. Duanda laughed and said, Who am I? One dream is 1,000,000 autumns. I became an immortal in the archaic era. Yi Tong rolled her eyes and ignored him. The name, Desolate, made Yi Fan's heart pound. He had formed many comic ties with this stunning woman along the way. Brat, you're in big trouble. Not to mention the myriad energy cauldron and the immortal treasure map. Even the divine fruit you picked when you came to the Big Dipper in the 9-dragon coffin was planted by Desolate. You owe her a great favor from the very beginning. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan was in big trouble. Going to the land of ascension and taking out the green cauldron on earth was also related to desolate. Impossible. How can a person live for more than 200,000 years? I don't believe it, not even if she is a human emperor. Longma shook his head. It's useless even if you don't believe it. All signs point to desolate being a shell shed by desolate. The Black Emperor sneered. This doesn't make sense. Did she become an immortal? A shell can become immortal and turn into a forbidden land. What can't she do? Longma's eyes widened. I didn't believe it in the past either, but Alcade's Black Gold Emperor Cauldron, this great tomb, and Desolation's longevity power have made me realize what kind of true meaning Emperor Wuxia revealed when he gazed at the 9 sacred mountains, looked back at Alcade's old land, and looked at the northern region. The ancient desolate forbidden land was most likely created by a human emperor. The Black Emperor gazed into the southern lands. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. One of the 7 forbidden zones was created by a human. How could this be shocking? How could she be so heaven-defying? How could she do all this? Longma came from the other side of the starry sky, so he didn't know much about ancient emperors. Because she is a ruthless person. Duanda said. The meaning behind her words was clear. There was no need for any other reason. She was a ruthless person, and that was enough. There was nothing she couldn't do. A gust of cold wind blew over. Alcade's old land was in a state of devastation. White bones were everywhere in the surrounding wasteland, and all kinds of birds and beasts were almost wiped out. Once Huang appeared, she would devour heaven and earth, all types of life energy seized by her, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan and the others returned to the north region and entered the heavenly village. Dongfang Yi, Yan Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others gathered from time to time. They were all shocked when they talked about the ancient desolate forbidden lands. Now they could only guess that it was related to Vicious, and that it might be her. However, there was no conclusive evidence at all. What were the origins of the other 6 forbidden zones? The path of immortality was about to open. It was unknown whether or not the unparalleled existences of these forbidden lands would jump out when the day came. It was hard to imagine what kind of great waves would be created. The most glorious golden age has arrived. The magnificent war song has already been played, and I don't know how many people will die. Killing Saint Chi Luo said with narrowed eyes. In the following days, Yi Fan kept a low profile, and he had no choice but to do so. First, he killed the heavenly prince, and then he chased the golden goddess Guang Ho to escape. In the end, he slaughtered the ancient Saint Ho Tan. His performance was too dazzling. Some people from the ancient races secretly offered a price. Whoever could kill Yi Fan would receive an astonishing reward. Many great races wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Undercurrents were surging, and no one from the radical faction was willing to see Yi Fan become a saint. Allowing someone who could prove the Tao to smoothly mature would be a disaster for them. Killing him in the cradle was the best choice. In the recent 2 months, Yi Fan had always been in seclusion. Even if there were people who were proficient in divination and divine techniques, they couldn't calculate anything because he had the green copper cauldron on him. During these days, he stood on the 6th minor step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. He could step onto the 7th minor step at any time, but he still couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't advance. Sitting in seclusion couldn't solve the problem. In another 3 or 4 months, he would leave this world. Yi Fan sighed softly and stood up. He decided to go out for a walk and take one last look. Once he stepped onto the heavenly path and embarked on the most powerful journey of training, he might never return. Perhaps he would become a clump of yellow soil scattered in outer space. The old master of the extraordinary warrior manner made it clear that even 3 people with the human race's divine physique had died in battle. Their blood dyed the starry skies and their bones were buried in foreign lands. Those were all his seniors who had the same physique as him and might not be weaker than him. During these days, the world was in turmoil and couldn't calm down. 3 ancient sages from outer space descended on this ancient star, causing everyone to be alarmed. This indicated that the opening of the immortal path was near. People were both expectant and afraid. The number of people who wanted to enter the immortal domain was limited, and they would most likely fight until the ancient star collapsed. When Yi Fan came out, he discovered that the various lands weren't peaceful. He learned from secret channels that anyone who could provide clues related to him could obtain a divine artifact as a reward. Just how shocking was this? One has to understand that most ancient sages didn't even have divine materials to refine weapons. Only a few people had divine artifacts. Apart from this, the ancient desolate forbidden land became an immortal land that people worshipped. Incense smoke rose in spirals every day. Many human cultivators went there to pay their respects, treating Huang as the human race's great emperor. West of Hangge Pass, the one-way small-scale five-colored altar continues, appearing on many ancient stars. Where exactly does it lead to? Yi Fan said to himself. That day, he, Longma and the others descended outside Undying Mountain, but they didn't find the five-colored altar that should have appeared. Based on their suspicions, it might be inside Undying Mountain, but they really couldn't enter to search. Perhaps it might be outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan arrived in the central region again. He stood outside Undying Mountain and looked at these majestic black great mountains. They were all grand and imposing, the kings and emperors of these mountains. Suddenly, a streak of light rushed past. It was too fast, difficult for one to see clearly. It brushed past Undying Mountain and entered the distant great wastelands. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that it was a bit familiar and chased after it. Unfortunately, after searching for an hour, he didn't find anything. Later on, a group of cultivators chased after it. The mountain range was in chaos. Dao brother, what happened? Yi Fan asked for guidance. Are you someone from the central region? Don't you know what happened recently? Someone stopped and looked at him strangely. I just happened to see it when I was passing by. Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Yi Fan asked. A strange magical artifact appeared near Undying Mountain. It has become more and more vicious these days, often going to plunder cultivators and collect their blood. Just now, a well-known figure was even captured. What? There was such a thing? Yi Fan was astonished. Apart from a few exceptions, normally, only holy artifacts could produce deities and develop spiritual intelligence. Now, this type of secret treasure actually appeared in this world. In the end, the search came to nothing. People didn't find anything. Yi Fan also searched outside Undying Mountain for a few days, but he still couldn't find the small five-colored altar. He could only choose to leave. Just as he was leaving, Yi Fan saw a silver flying magical artifact disappear in a flash. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance in an instant. It's it. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized it. It was the magical artifact he saw a few days ago. It was also the mysterious flying machine he saw in the central region's sky-gazing ancient city several decades ago. Sky-gazing city was one of the central region's 10 great ancient cities. There was a sparkling stone platform in the city. According to legend, Great Emperor Wuxia often gazed into outer space from there. Several decades ago, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the Black Emperor had seen a flying machine descend from outer space with their own eyes. It attracted the central region's cultivators in a frantic pursuit, and in the end, it fell into Undying Mountain. In those distant ancient years, there were often legends that powerful divine objects would occasionally fall from the boundless starry sky. Back then, people naturally thought that it was a divine artifact from outer space. However, Yi Fan saw it clearly. It looked extremely similar to a flying saucer. It really does look like a flying saucer. Now that he saw it again, he was immediately shaken. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the past. That was a huge luminous object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it dove into the depths of the mountain range like a silver beam of light. It was shaped like a huge disc, flickering with a cold metallic luster. Yi Fan used the movement secret character and chased after it. However, he still didn't find anything and didn't find any clues. It came out from Undying Mountain. He was very astonished. What kind of place was Undying Mountain? No one knew it better than him because he had personally entered it. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, even the Black Emperor, a great formation master, would have died inside a long time ago. Yi Fan re-entered Sky-Gazing City and learned about the recent events in the central region. He was sure that it was the flying machine that fell in outer space back then, because many people also remembered it. It seemed to have been damaged back then, but now that it's repaired, it's starting to attack many cultivators without the slightest scruple. As long as a streak of light sweeps past, no expert can stop it and will be captured. Now, everyone is in a state of panic. Yi Fan was astonished. This flying machine was actually collecting blood. Some of the people it captured in the beginning died, and some were released. That was why people knew about it. The more powerful the creature, the more interested it is. From strange beasts to humans, and then to the ancient race, it has captured at least several hundred to over 1,000 people in a short half a month. You're wrong. It started taking action several years ago, but it's becoming more and more unrestrained these days. Only then did more and more people learn about it. I reckon that it might have achieved its objective and wants to leave. That's why it isn't hiding anymore. Sure enough, in the following days, this disc-shaped flying machine appeared frequently. In the end, an astonishing rumor actually appeared. Several of the ancient race's Tao executioners were swept through by the divine light and captured. What? It's starting to take action against the Tao executioners. It's becoming more and more unrestrained. Everyone was stupefied. At the same time, they felt a chill. What kind of weapon was this? Why was it always targeting cultivators? In the following days, this mysterious magical artifact flickering with silver radiance that seemed to be forged from greenish-white divine gold frequently appeared. It actually attacked the demon race's ancient holy land of inheritance, Panyao Palace. Moreover, at the same time, several important places of the human race and ancient race in the central region were separately attacked, and many experts went missing. It's crazy. If a weapon dares to act like this, it's most likely going to draw out the ancient saints. It's definitely a formidable divine artifact. Everyone was dumbstruck. Wang. The void rumbled. No one had expected it to appear in the sky-gazing city and search for a powerful target. Yi Fan frowned. This disc-shaped flying machine was extremely large, and its speed was almost catching up to light. It was truly astonishing, and its material was even more special. It was comparable to the divine material used to forge divine artifacts. Swoosh! A streak of divine light swept down and actually rushed towards him. Yi Fan activated the move character art, but he was still a step too late. This beam of light was extremely large, covering almost half of the city. Damn it, it's making a move against me. Yi Fan discovered that he couldn't help but soar into the sky along with the beam of light, heading straight for the greenish gold disc. Chapter 1109. This was an orange beam of light that enveloped Yi Fan. Hazy multicolored light surrounded him and allowed him to soar into the enormous azurite disc. Spatial Tao marks. Yi Fan discovered that this light was the law of the void. The strands merged together to form this bizarre light. The flying machine emitted a silver radiance as it swallowed the heaven and earth. When he approached the azurite disc, he was even more certain that this artifact was a type of compound divine material that could be used to refine divine artifacts. Among them were Daluo silver essence, azurite, mutton fat jade iron, and others. Shill. The law of light was too fast. Yi Fan was almost transformed into light. The disc flickered with a cold metallic luster. The bottom opened up to reveal a light hole that sucked him in. Then, the bottom closed. This was an enormous golden palace, or perhaps it could be called a cage. It was spacious and silent as if he had arrived in the cosmos. The four walls were made of metal with many runes carved on them. There were also flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, and beasts. They flickered with specks of luster like the stars in the night sky. Meanwhile, the top of the ark was densely covered with all kinds of profound and complex patterns. Yi Fan was startled. Was this really a flying saucer? No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a powerful spatial artifact that had sucked him in. This was a small world within the artifact. These patterns are Tao marks. He frowned and realized that it was far from as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to restrain him like the interweaving laws within a divine artifact. This was a bit different from what he had expected. It might not necessarily be a flying saucer. It might really be a strange artifact that had given birth to a deity. That was why there were all kinds of strange phenomena. Boom! Yi Fan stretched out his palm. His golden fist flickered with blazing light as it smashed towards the metal wall. Now, his physical strength alone was enough to shatter a half-sage artifact. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. The golden wall buzzed and buzzed, but it wasn't damaged. Streaks of patterns and beautiful lines swayed like silver snakes. It's not a flying saucer, but a divine artifact? Yi Fan was astonished. Boom! He circulated his divine force again. His golden body was as clear as colored glass. All the pores on his body were swallowing multicolored light and releasing brilliant radiance. The attack power of Yi Fan's fist was incomparably great. It shattered the vacuum and struck the inner wall, but it still only produced a loud metallic sound. There were no signs of damage. What a powerful fleshly body. It has the purest and most powerful bloodline power. If I can find a peerless golden body, it could be a candidate for the strongest bloodline body. This is a rare treasure. A spiritual wave was transmitted over, as if it was evaluating Yi Fan, revealing a kind of excitement. At the same time, a piece of metal wall became transparent, and this spacious pure metal palace could be seen through from the outside. Yi Fan discovered that this huge metal disc was made of divine material and was engraved with Taoist marks, but he couldn't completely rule out that it wasn't a flying saucer. What he saw in front of him made him feel rather uneasy. The outside world was even more vast. There were metal palaces one after another, every single one of them sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of, but all types of creatures were locked up within. Demon race, human race, ancient race, all kinds of different races. Yi Fan discovered that the creatures locked up here were all extremely powerful races. Even the birds of prey and beasts were all ancient species. For example, there was a golden-winged pung whose entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was several hundred meters long and dazzling, and there was also a three-legged golden crow surging with raging flames. The spatial laws of this place are too powerful. Several hundred meters of strange beasts are all contained within a small metal palace. Yi Fan was astonished. He could imagine that this huge metal disc didn't use up as much divine material as he had imagined. It was just that there were extremely powerful Taoist marks interweaving throughout it. Meanwhile, there were many small palaces within it. As a result, it was able to accommodate the experts of various races, and it wasn't chaotic. Those Dao executioners are also here. Yi Fan discovered the Dao executioners of the ancient race. They were dispirited and listless, and there were bloodstains dripping from their bodies. It seemed like their blood had been extracted. This was a prison. There were over 10,000 small metal palaces, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Almost all of them were locked up with powerful races. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a stoneman, only it was badly damaged. It was only at the Dao severing realm and not a true holy spirit. Apart from this, he also saw a few races he didn't recognize at all. He suspected that they didn't belong to this ancient star. Their entire bodies were dark green in color, and they didn't possess human forms. They were actually able to control lightning innately. They were hacking at the palaces, wishing to rush out. It was clear that the spacious giant palace Yi Fan was staying in couldn't be considered a prison. It was merely an entrance used to capture cultivators. A strange sound rang through the air. A fire phoenix that was completely brilliant and blood-red like multicolored clouds suddenly appeared not too far away. There was no way this was a true phoenix. It was just a descendant that possessed its blood, and the purity was extremely high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so similar. Five-colored auspicious light flickered about. It was as if it was cast from phoenix blood and gold as it rushed over murderously. Chung! A single flap of its wings would tear apart the void. Every inch of its flesh was terrifyingly powerful. The flowing blood released thunderous sounds. One could see just how powerful its physique was. Chi! This was a true phoenix spreading its wings. The phoenix blood's scarlet-golden multicolored light was dazzling. It tore through the void and hacked at Yi Fan's head. In addition, a pair of phoenix claws moved towards the crown of his head. A Dao-severing phoenix blood mutant beast. Yi Fan was shocked. There were so many powerful ancient divine seeds locked up in the metal disc. It was simply a treasury. Any one of them that was released was already like this. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die after being attacked by this phoenix descendant. Just its physical strength alone was unmatched. Its bloodline was powerful, and with a wave of its wings, it could tear apart the void. However, who was Yi Fan? This was a glorious human race divine body. Just based on physical strength alone, who dared contend against him in the Dao severing realm? If they faced him head-on, they would only be defeated and killed. Pang! When Yi Fan stretched out his body, his movements looked extremely slow. However, this was just a type of misconception. His fist was like golden lightning as it smashed into this Dao-severing phoenix's body. The sound of bones shattering rang through the air. At the same time, A large misty rain of blood scattered down on the golden palace. This type of miraculous phoenix tumbled outwards, its scarlet golden plume feathers fluttering about. Yi Fan frowned. This phoenix's physical body was ridiculously powerful. If it was any other Dao severing expert, they would have most likely turned into a bloody paste. Not even a bone fragment would remain. Worthy of being a treasure-level species. The prey we caught this time can be considered exceptional. Its blood is priceless and worth having. The sound of someone clapping could be heard, as if they were sighing in admiration. Within the tens of thousands of metal palaces, there was a jade passageway that flickered with brilliant radiance. A male and female walked over, both of them with long purple hair that was bright and supple. They both possessed extremely beautiful appearances that were similar to humans. I already said that there was no need to test it out. This prey is extremely perfect, yet you just didn't believe me. You practically wasted one of the most powerful mutant phoenixes, said that male. He was extremely handsome, and he wore battle clothes that flickered with silver radiance. There were powerful Dao marks interweaved on them. The female's purple hair reached her waist, and her skin was spotlessly white like fine jade. Her pupils flickered with purple light, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She also wore divine clothes that flowed with metallic luster. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect to have such a great harvest before leaving." Yi Fan looked at them coldly through the metal walls that had already become transparent. Without a doubt, these two viewed him as prey, as if they were facing a wild beast that didn't belong to the same world. Dao patterns flickered beneath their feet, and all types of symbols appeared. The enormous metal palace that Yi Fan was in trembled. Multicolored light erupted, and strand after strand of divine patterns covered it densely. Whoosh! He was transported into another sealed metal room, far away from the palace area that he had just seen. This place seemed to be a laboratory, and through the sparkling and translucent prison walls, he could see all types of equipment outside. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This place was densely covered with Dao marks and had modern technology. It was truly a bit different, as if two civilizations had blended together. However, he wasn't very astonished, because he himself came from a technological civilization on the other side of the starry sky, even though that place wasn't considered prosperous or developed. Through your eyes, I can see the astonishment. Is it very strange? The purple-haired male stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was examining his own slave. He sized him up and said, "The vastness of the universe is beyond your imagination. Even though almost all of them are dead stars and only a few ancient stars with life, it is enough to give birth to different civilizations." The purple-eyed female's hair was bright and beautiful, and there was a kind of spirituality about her. Her whole body flickered with sparkling radiance, and she also looked at Yi Fan for a long time. She seemed to be very satisfied and said, "Extract the blood of this prey, and it can most likely be used to create the strongest combat body. It might be comparable to the other few samples of divine blood in our eternal kingdom, or even comparable to the sealed and precious ancient blood of the gods in the celestial treasury." They were all communicating through spiritual waves, or else Yi Fan wouldn't have been able to understand them. It was obvious that they came from an extraterrestrial civilization and had a unique language. "Who are you, where did you come from, and how many ancient stars with life are there in the universe? Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" Yi Fan didn't have the slightest awareness of being a captive. Instead, he asked one question after another, asking the other party, "Who is the captive?" The purple-haired male smiled indifferently, and the silver battlesuit on his body flowed with divine splendor. Then, he violently stomped on a formation pattern on the ground, and the densely packed metal room was instantly intertwined with lightning. It was no less than a heavenly tribulation, and it was formed by a killing formation. However, what surprised him was that Yi Fan didn't move at all. The lightning covered his body, and the pores all over his body relaxed as he tempered his body with lightning. Golden ripples spread across his body, and he looked like a golden god of war. So powerful. The man couldn't help but nod. He originally wanted to let Yi Fan suffer a little, but he didn't expect the lightning to be ineffective. Oh, the blood flowing in his body can't really be comparable to the ancient blood of the gods, right? Immediately carry out a blood sample analysis. The purple-eyed female's eyes were burning with a strange splendor. Obviously, this kind of passion in her beautiful eyes was only the anticipation of the extraordinary performance of her prey, and nothing else. A group of people walked over and entered the laboratory. They turned on all kinds of technological instruments and discussed something from time to time. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier, and Yi Fan couldn't understand what they were talking about. These people looked at him as if they were facing the most precious prehistoric species, and their eyes were burning with passion. Yi Fan could see that these people indeed came from another civilized world. They had grasped the Tao marks and laws, and combined with the technological civilization, they formed an extremely terrifying system. You guys be careful. The biggest harvest of this hunt is him, and he's the most perfect individual. You must be careful when extracting his blood and God rule shards. Don't let him fall, the purple-haired male instructed solemnly. That's right. I'm going to raise this prey and treasure it in the heavenly immortal garden. I'm going to use it to compete with the divine pets of those princesses and Uncle Wang, the purple-eyed female said in high spirits. Yi Fan faced them coldly and looked at them quietly. These people really treated him as an inferior species, or even a wild beast. A huge screen flickered, and many light sources inside the flying saucer lit up. They all shone towards Yi Fan, and all kinds of Tao marks revived in the metal room. They interweaved into silver snakes and were about to connect to his body. They were going to calculate and analyze through that huge screen. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed danger. Tens of thousands of silver snakes materialized and pierced towards his body to suck his blood. He couldn't stay calm anymore at this moment. This metal room was incomparably sturdy and comparable to a divine artifact. It was refined from divine materials, and he didn't want to waste time. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he directly took out the green copper cauldron from within his body. Now he couldn't activate this immortal cauldron, but he could carry it with his hand and directly smash it like a heavy weapon. Dang! Yi Fan's strength was great. He swung the green cauldron with his arm and heavily struck the metal wall. A streak of green light flashed past, and the entire sealed metal wall was smashed into pieces. Quick, stop him! These people immediately turned pale with fright. This was something that had never happened before. They had previously evaluated this prey and believed that it was impossible for him to shake the flying divine artifact, but now, such a terrifying thing had happened. You want to raise me? I think it's more like you guys are my pets. Besides, this ship also belongs to me. After Yi Fan broke free, he pounced towards the man and woman in the lead. Chapter 11:10. Inside the laboratory made of metal, all kinds of instruments were flashing. The giant screen was the most dazzling. After Yi Fan escaped, the entire metal palace was filled with ear-piercing alarms. At the same time, ancient runes were flashing on the ground and metal walls. Beautiful lines lit up, like the proudest masterpiece of a calligrapher. It was full of a strong sense of beauty and condensed the charm of the Great Path. Without a doubt, this was the power of the divine order. It was condensed from the Great Path, a civilization where technology and rules blended together to form a terrifying system. Inside the metal palace, it was as if a grand fireworks shower was blooming, gorgeous and colorful. All the runes were resurrected and intertwined into a terrifying pattern, covering Yi Fan. The power of a divine instrument. Yi Fan's expression changed. He finally saw the terror of the spaceship. This was not the flying saucer from the other side of the starry sky, but a divine instrument made of divine materials. Chi! In addition to the broken green cauldron, a black arrow appeared in his hand. With a forceful stroke, all kinds of divine rules that were rushing toward him were disintegrated. Everyone in the laboratory was shocked and shouted. Lines swam on the metal wall, shining with immortal divine light, and more powerful rules were intertwined. Boom! Yi Fan abandoned the man and woman in the lead and used the Xing formula. He came to the edge of the laboratory in one step, holding the green copper cauldron and using it as a golden hammer to beat drums. He smashed it hard. Pa! Even the metal palace made of divine materials couldn't withstand a scratch from the green copper. With a series of cracking sounds, the front wall that was several feet thick collapsed, turning into metal pieces that crashed into other areas. Quick, stop him! The purple-haired man shouted. Two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes and turned into divine rules, striking at Yi Fan. This was not a pure technological civilization. They had taken a different path. They had technology and mastered the divine rules of the Great Path, complementing each other to perfection. Clang! Yi Fan's mid-brows flashed, and the primitive emperor's Taoist sword struck out. It turned into a small golden sword that was about an inch long and shattered the divine rules. Suppress it with all your strength. If we can't guarantee that we can keep it alive, it's fine as long as we can collect enough blood. That purple-eyed woman shouted. Her fine jade-like skin flowed with immortal splendor. She removed a shiny bracelet that was actually made from everlasting silver essence, smashing it over. Clang! Yi Fan blocked it with the black arrow, stabbing it, releasing a string of sparks, erupting with a type of heaven overflowing might. This bracelet flourished with silver light. It was actually holy might. He sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of people were they? It was one thing for this large flying artifact to be a sacred artifact, but even the bracelet that the woman was wearing was a sacred artifact. Luster flowed on the metallic walls, flickering with a hazy radiance. It neutralized the overflowing fluctuations of the holy war, and did not destroy this region. Whoosh! The silver bracelet flew back, releasing strand after strand of silver radiance. It descended like moonlight, covering the elf-like purple-eyed woman below. Chi! With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan threw out the black arrow, aiming straight for that woman. It turned into a streak of black light, and the holy level fluctuations made the entire space unstable, on the verge of collapse. At the same time, he also turned into a streak of golden lightning, rushing over to capture them alive. Clang! Another metallic sound rang through the air. The silver-white shining bracelet collided with the black arrow. Both of them flipped over, sending down streaks of great Tao divine splendor, enveloping their respective owners. Diamond Chakram. Yi Fan was shaken. This woman's sacred artifact was very special, extremely similar to his father's diamond chakram. Even though it wasn't the quasi-emperor's artifact, it still surpassed the weapons of ordinary ancient saints, enough to contend against his black arrow. Was there an elder riding a green ox who went to your ancient star? Yi Fan shouted, staring straight into her eyes. Boom! On the other side, a thick beam of light blasted over. The silver-white battleclothes on the purple-haired man flickered, resonating with the entire ship. A beam of holy light shot over from another region, comparable to a saint's attack. This was the divine light contained within the flying saucer, and its offensive power was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a resurrected divine artifact. If it was anyone else standing here, they would definitely not have a corpse left. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow this time. He directly swung the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the beam of light, causing it to collapse on the spot. Quickly retreat. This native is beyond imagination. He has a broken artifact of an ancient god on him, surpassing the level of this saint-level ship. An elder shouted. The purple-eyed woman protected herself with the diamond chakram, and with a flash of brilliance, she disappeared from where she stood. However, the purple-haired man wasn't so lucky. As soon as he moved, he was forced back by Yi Fan's black arrow. Isolate him! Someone cried out. The laws of the void interweaved, and all kinds of holy light danced. Tao marks arranged themselves in the void, forming a special divine law. Boom! Yi Fan activated the green copper cauldron, using it as a heavenly deity's hammer. One force could defeat 10, and it heavily struck the profound and complex divine law traces. This place collapsed, and the isolation failed. He leapt 100 meters and appeared beside the purple-haired man. He fought in close combat with the black holy arrow protecting his body. It hung above his head, and black light poured down. He reached out with his golden palm and grabbed forward. Bang! The purple-haired man's entire body flickered with Tao marks, and he became the embodiment of divine laws. He exchanged a palm strike with Yi Fan, and as a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yi Fan was astonished. He had attacked with all his strength, yet this man only had his arm broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. He didn't turn into a pile of broken bones, and one could imagine how extraordinary his physique was. What? Even the king physique that refined many kinds of powerful physiques had his arm broken and couldn't withstand a single blow? The expressions of the people behind him changed greatly. They were even more astonished than Yi Fan. Their system was very special, and also very terrifying. The purple-haired man's physical body had long been tempered to a shocking degree through secret methods, and he was known as the immortal king body. However, he was sent flying like a scarecrow. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. I didn't expect to see it here. This prey is priceless. We must capture him alive and don't let him escape. The purple-eyed woman appeared in another area and ordered through the giant screen. You'd better pray for yourself. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. He broke the brilliant screen with one finger, causing the signal to be cut off. He left behind an afterimage as he closed in on the purple-haired man. His palm came crashing down, and with a gotcha sound, it landed on the purple-haired man's body. Dozens of bones were broken, and a mouthful of purple blood flew out. It was different from the scarlet blood from before. Even though a group of people were controlling all types of Dao marks, they still couldn't stop it. All types of symbols shone, releasing brilliant light, but they were a step too slow. Yi Fan lifted the purple-haired man up. His golden finger tapped the center of the purple-haired man's brows. As long as he poked forward lightly, he would be able to break his immortal foundation. However, the ground beneath his feet dimmed as all types of light vanished. He discovered that he had appeared in a stretch of nothingness. It was like he had arrived in the dark cosmos, boundless and without end. This was the black prison of the flying shuttle. The spatial laws these people had reached the acme of perfection. There were formation runes everywhere on the ground, teleporting him and the purple-haired man here, isolating them from each other. Yi Fan mentioned this man whose identity wasn't simple. What do you treat me as? A wild beast? Wanting to refine my blood? Who do you think you are? You should be my battle pet instead. The purple-haired man was very handsome, and his physique was extremely powerful after being tempered hundreds and thousands of times. But in front of Yi Fan, even his immortal king body wasn't enough. With a light tap, one of his bones would break, and the pain caused him to break out in a layer of sweat. I have no choice but to admit that I've underestimated you. To think that there's actually such a mutant among these aboriginals, possessing the magical treasure of an ancient god. This has exceeded my expectations. The purple-haired man spoke. Gotcha. Yi Fan slapped down and broke a section of his calf bone. You guys think that you're a cut above others and think that we're lowly aboriginals. It's a pity that you're only a... There's nothing special about you. A look of disdain flashed through the purple-haired man's eyes. It was a kind of arrogance and conceit. However, he concealed it very well, afraid that Yi Fan would make him suffer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had cultivated the source heaven's eye. This kind of expression that flashed through his eyes couldn't escape his eyes. He directly smashed down with his golden fist and broke the man's thigh bone. I should find an iron chain and tie it around your neck so that you won't always think that you're infallible. Isn't it just a fusion of technological civilization and laws? What's there to be proud of in such a system? The purple-haired man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His bones were almost broken. He was very indignant. Compared to close combat physical techniques, they cultivated god laws. Although they could use other methods to continuously transform their physiques, they didn't rely on themselves to achieve it. At this moment, he was very indignant. If you lowly aboriginals enter our eternal kingdom, you'll only be captured. You're not a match for us at all, he said coldly while enduring the pain. Swoosh. Yi Fan took out an iron chain and tied it around his neck. He really locked him up and treated him like a battle pet. You! The purple-haired man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He was usually high and mighty and thought that he could look down on all races. In the end, he was treated like this by this aborigine. You what? I'll reward you with a pot sticker. You want to capture me and make me your battle pet? Do you want to be a god or a deity? Yi Fan slapped him, causing blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. It might be able to nurture the strongest battle physique. We have to obtain his blood no matter what. As for my brother, be careful and rescue him. The elf-like beautiful purple-eyed lady said from another metal palace hall. She was watching everything in the black prison through the screen. Beep, beep. Not far away, the sound of an instrument scanning could be heard. It transmitted back some data of the green copper cauldron. After hundreds of trillions of calculations, it was still difficult to determine its grade. The warning red line continued to rise. Bang! A cloud of green smoke was emitted. All the equipment here collapsed and exploded. The place was a mess. A silver-haired young man reported to the purple-eyed lady, "The green copper cauldron is difficult to simulate. Just the patterns on its surface are so complex that it's hard to understand. Now, we can be sure that it's really an artifact of an ancient god. If it's intact, it might be one of the strongest weapons under the starry sky." This aborigine has a damaged divine artifact. It's beyond the control of our Saint-class spaceship. It's best to give up, or else we might get into trouble. Another middle-aged man with golden hair draped over his shoulders suggested. The purple-eyed lady frowned and said, "But, do you know his value? He's comparable to our Eternal Kingdom's several strongest war bodies. We can use his precious blood to create the most powerful warrior that can compete with the others. One day, after he grows up, he might be comparable to the ancient god's blood sealed in the immortal treasury. We must capture him. I hope he can become my war pet. But the difficulty is too great. It's most likely impossible. Even though that divine artifact is damaged, it's still not something a saint-class weapon can contend against." The golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and solemnly suggested for her to give up. Even though the others were very excited to see the legendary indestructible golden body, they had no choice but to face it rationally. After sighing, they advised the purple-eyed lady that the feasibility was very low. "All right, think of all ways to injure this aborigine. If we can't capture him alive, then we must obtain his golden sacred blood." The purple-eyed lady made her final decision and gave this order. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire spaceship shook. Black prison exploded, and Yi Fan rushed up with the green copper cauldron in one hand and the purple-haired man in the other. He unleashed a massacre and charged straight for the main control room. "Not good. Why are all the instruments malfunctioning? These are all secret artifacts with laws carved on them. It's difficult for outsiders to move them. How could it be like this?" He grasps a special type of divine law that can interfere. These foreign guests were in a state of chaos. "Army secret formula. Turn." Yi Fan lightly shouted and strode forward. He used the army secret formula to control the various artifacts inside the spaceship, causing them to become chaotic. Boom! He held the green copper cauldron with irresistible force as he charged straight for the main control room. All of the metal walls were made of divine materials and carved with great Tao divine patterns, but they couldn't stop his footsteps. "Eternal killing formation. Intercept!" An old man shouted. His hands moved, and all kinds of symbols appeared on the metal walls and ground, forming an exceptional killing formation. Swoosh! Yi Fan drew his bow and released an arrow. A black arrow shot out, rumbling with saintly might. With a dong sound, it hit the metal wall that was several zhang thick. The metal luster was shattered on the spot, and the great Tao symbols all collapsed. At the same time, this powerful old man was pierced by the arrow. Blood gushed out, and then he turned into a bloody pulp in a breath's time. The holy power scattered him in the void. "Stop him!" The silver-haired young man was a commander, and he shouted loudly. However, dozens of people rushed over and activated the various Tao marks inside the saint-level spaceship to attack, but it was completely ineffective. Yi Fan directly placed the broken cauldron on his head, and the two black arrows in his hands were also emitting saintly might. Clang! The black arrows flew out, and the metal in front of them shattered. Even the divine materials made of Daluo silver essence, black gold, and suet jade iron couldn't stop the two arrows. "Hurry! Use the divine light to sweep him out, chase him out of the holy ship, and temporarily give up on the golden holy blood." The purple-eyed girl shouted. The golden-haired middle-aged man who was standing not far away personally controlled it. This holy ship released resplendent radiance, and a streak of divine light swept towards Yi Fan. It was precisely the kind of light that restrained him on the ship, and it was difficult to evade. However, this time, he didn't move in the slightest. They couldn't send him away, because there was a green copper cauldron on his head, rendering the divine light ineffective. Shwa! Yi Fan quickly closed in. He was unrivaled in close combat. With a walla sound, a divine chain was shaken out, and it wrapped around this purple-eyed young lady's snow-white and exquisite neck, wrapping around her. "You!" The purple-eyed young lady's hair fluttered about. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling. The diamond chakram on her wrist flew out, and silver splendor erupted, releasing supreme saintly might. However, it was sent flying by the black arrow with a ding sound. "You seem to like raising war pets quite a bit. What do you think about me raising you?" The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 11:11. "You! Impudent!" The purple-eyed girl's eyebrows stood vertically and her almond-shaped eyes widened. A flush of redness appeared on her fine jade-like skin. This was completely out of anger. A native had locked her up and treated her like a war pet. Ding dang! The divine chain was like a string of red agate as it wrapped around her swan-like neck. Yi Fan forcefully pulled and brought her over, turning her into a captive. The unbridled one is yet to come. The purple-eyed girl staggered and almost fell onto the ground. This was an unimaginable embarrassment. She had been caught by her prey and treated like this. It made her both ashamed and angry. The diamond chakram that was shot away by the black arrow turned around and turned into the size of a millstone. It was sparkling white and a light tremble was enough to annihilate the void. This was a divine artifact not only in name but also in reality. Ding! Yi Fan slashed out with the black arrow. Black light filled the sky and sent the diamond chakram flying. However, its terrifying might became even more powerful. The inside of the ring turned into a black hole that devoured everything. It wanted to suck Yi Fan inside. The various instruments in the ship turned into dust and were sucked inside. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was truly the same divine might as his father's diamond chakram. Could it be that this quasi-emperor from ancient China had appeared in the everlasting kingdom? He wanted to shoot the black arrow inside, but he was afraid that it would be devoured by the black hole. A clash between divine artifacts could easily destroy a region. It was too bitter. Long. He threw the green copper cauldron towards the black hole. He didn't believe that it could swallow this immortal cauldron. The diamond chakram would most likely shatter. As expected, the diamond chakram knew how powerful it was and immediately dodged. Zheng. A sweet-sounding metallic sound rang out. The diamond chakram suddenly broke apart and turned into an expanse of dazzling light. It entered the body of the purple-eyed girl captured by Yi Fan. Specks of light flickered on the surface of her body. The diamond chakram actually reformed after breaking apart and turned into a mysterious armor. It wrapped around her and turned her into a silver-white metal person. The diamond chakram looked small, but the size of its reconstruction was disproportionate to its original size. This was a humanoid metal person that was many times thicker than normal battle armor. Boom! The purple-eyed woman's strength had also grown many times stronger. She broke free from Yi Fan's hold and swung her silver-colored fist forward. The power behind her attack was comparable to that of a sacred artifact. What is this? A saint artifact could transform into a saint garment? Yi Fan was surprised and revealed a strange expression. The cultivators of the system were really hard to understand. He used the black arrow to block the light emitted by the holy garment and counterattacked. Now that his physical body was comparable to that of a saint, even if the other party wore the holy garment, he was not afraid. His golden fists hit the silvery white metal man and made a clanging sound. The people in the distance all shivered inwardly. Was this still a physical body? It was comparable to a saint-level metal soldier, its sturdiness reaching a horrifying level. Boom! The purple-eyed woman wore metal holy clothes, temporarily protecting herself. She began to operate Great Tao divine marks, releasing all types of holy light to kill Yi Fan. This was the power of a holy artifact. Yi Fan had just captured her, but he didn't expect her to immediately turn the tables. He felt a terrifying aura, and he didn't do anything else. He smashed the green copper cauldron towards her body, instantly destroying her. Bang! It was too close, and there was no way to avoid it. The green cauldron fell, and cracks appeared on the silver-white holy garment. Then, it disintegrated, shaking the purple-eyed woman out. Silver light flashed, and with a light ding sound, it turned back into a flawless diamond chakram. With a flash of brilliant brilliance, it entered the purple-eyed woman's body and disappeared. Not far away, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. A colossus rushed over, wanting to save the purple-eyed woman. This was a 10-zhang tall metal giant. It held a large sword and hacked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was surprised. Within this metal giant sat a silver-haired youth. He was the one controlling this metal giant that emitted a strand of holy might. Dang! The giant's sword hacked over, and Yi Fan blocked it with his fist. A string of sparks was released, and the 10-zhang giant was shaken back. Then, he pressed forward and waved his fists, bending and breaking the giant's sword. This is a half-saint battle armor forged from the combination of refining and technology. How can it not even block for a moment? As expected of the legendary indestructible golden body. The strength of the physical body is too terrifying. The golden body is stronger than any divine clothes or mecha. It is the most powerful weapon in itself. In the distance, The golden-haired middle-aged man was shocked. Bang! As Yi Fan waved his fists, the 10 zhang tall metal man was beaten full of holes. It was completely damaged, and then disintegrated into pieces. Even the semi-sage grade metal armor couldn't stop his physical body. Yi Fan easily crushed it into a pile of metal pieces. It was a complete mess. Boom! The golden-haired middle-aged man appeared in the spacecraft's strongest battle armor. This was the crystallization of the wisdom of Tao tools and technology. The metal man was equivalent to the god contained in the spacecraft's sacred tool. It was 6 zhang tall, not very tall. Its whole body was golden and brilliant, taking the meaning of the 6 zhang golden body. However, it was not a merciful Buddha. It held a golden spear in its right hand and a golden shield in its left. Its holy power swept out in all directions. This is the supreme holy armor developed by the Eternal Kingdom. Let's see how you can break it. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the 6 zhang golden body and pierced through the void with the golden spear. The golden shield in his hand was not used for defense, but for attack. He firmly believed that no matter how strong Yi Fan's physical body was, and he had the broken artifact of an ancient god, Yi Fan was no match for him. Through observation, he could see that this broken artifact left by an ancient god didn't emit any divine rule. This was equivalent to announcing that it was just a solid cold weapon, not the most terrifying celestial treasure. I wear the supreme holy armor and can emit holy power. I have the divine marks of the great path. Let's see how you can resist. The golden spear pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden shield collapsed in all directions. Although the 6 zhang golden body was much larger than an ordinary person, its movements were fast and nimble. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yi Fan took out the Holy Spirit stone embryo, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. He wasn't afraid of the holy armor, but the divine rule it had evolved. Therefore, he entered the Holy Spirit stone embryo with his real body. The golden-haired middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to also have a holy armor. It was too dangerous inside the spacecraft, and he couldn't use his hands and feet. Boom! What made him feel even more terrified was that Yi Fan smashed him with the green copper cauldron. This was much more terrifying than his golden spear and golden shield. Fighting inside the spaceship was equivalent to fighting in close combat. There was no doubt about the outcome. The Jianghu 6 golden body was almost smashed apart by Yi Fan. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the god's will, within the saint artifact of the spaceship, to flee in a sorry state. The others were either dead, injured, or escaped. They could no longer resist. Let me go. The purple-eyed woman struggled violently. Her entire body was shining, and her slender jade body seemed to be enveloped by moonlight. She was pure white and gentle, and divine rules shot out in all directions. Their world mainly cultivated the rules, and they had a unique understanding of the Great Path. Their attack power was extremely powerful, and after combining with technology, it became an unfathomable system. Clang! However, in the Severing Tao realm, Yi Fan was almost invincible. No one could do anything to him, especially in close combat. Anyone would have to bear a grudge. As soon as the purple-eyed woman moved, he only pulled on a divine chain. She immediately let out a tender groan, and her body immediately went limp. She fell down, and all kinds of divine rules were restrained. Pa! Yi Fan pulled her out upside down and threw her beside the purple-haired man. The two leaders had become captives. The spaceship's control room was spacious and empty. Apart from these two, the others had either escaped or been eliminated. Yi Fan stared at them, preparing to search their divine senses. At the end of the void, inside the Jianghu 6 golden body, the golden-haired middle-aged man and a few others turned pale. The imperishable golden body was so powerful, and they originally thought it was a blessing, but in the end, they encountered such a disaster. Several decades ago, they encountered a terrifying creature in outer space, and the great battle caused the star domain to collapse. The Jianghu 6 golden body inside the Saint-grade spaceship was seriously injured, and it fell on this ancient planet. They had repaired the spaceship with great difficulty, but now, they unexpectedly encountered another disaster. This native is just like that Xianxia in the past. Fortunately, the disaster happened one step earlier, or else there would definitely be a calamity in the future. Someone said with a trembling voice. The others all turned pale. Many people's expressions changed when the name Xianxia was mentioned in Eternal Kingdom. This native that was captured and brought back also had one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. He used their resources to advance by leaps and bounds, and in the end, he defied the heavens and slaughtered his way out, triggering a great upheaval in Eternal Kingdom. Fortunately, the god inside the Saint-grade spaceship wasn't damaged too badly this time, unlike the previous time. Now, even if we lose the huge spaceship, we won't be in despair, someone sighed. This Zhang 6 golden body was the most precious thing on the spaceship. As long as it was there, everything would be fine. As long as they found suitable materials, they could build another Saint-grade spaceship, and the core Tao marks were all stored inside the golden body. Although it was only Zhang 6 golden body, it had the most terrifying spatial laws, and it could contain a mountain in a mustard seed. Even though so many people had escaped, it was still very spacious inside. But the two princes have been captured by them, and this is big trouble. How can we rescue them? A blue-haired man frowned. They knew how powerful King Tianwu was in Eternal Kingdom, and if anything happened to his son and daughter, they could forget about returning in this lifetime, or else they would be executed. It's fine, the two princes don't have the signs of dying young. As long as their primordial spirits are fine, they can replicate a physical body at any time, the golden-haired middle-aged man said. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. Oh no, the most precious thing on the spaceship has been left behind, and we didn't bring it out. He grabbed his hair forcefully and growled in a low voice, appearing to be in extreme pain. Then he fell limp, as if his soul had been sucked out. The others were also in a daze, and then they cried out together. All of them were filled with sorrow and regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. We've gone through untold hardships, drifting in the dark and lonely universe for so many years, and finally gathered all kinds of minerals and mysterious ancient medicine, and finally refined the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. But in the end, we lost it. Ah! The group of people cried out anxiously and angrily. If the two princes died, they could just not return to Eternal Kingdom, but if they lost the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, they might never be able to refine it again in this lifetime. They had drifted in the dark universe for so many years. What exactly were they after? They blew up one barren planet after another in search of the legendary minerals. It should be known that those precious minerals were so rare that it was unacceptable. The vast universe was endless, but it was difficult to find ancient stars that contained these minerals. Occasionally, they would find them, but they could only excavate a little. In Eternal Kingdom, there was a saying that they would rather search for materials that could be used to forge God's artifacts than search for these minerals. That was because they were too rare. Moreover, they didn't just need one type of mineral, but several types. It was difficult to find anything even after searching for countless years in the lonely universe. It was already good to be lucky enough to find one type. It could be said that they had obtained the fortune of heaven and earth during this journey. Over the years, they had unexpectedly excavated several types of minerals, and they had gathered almost all of them. During this period of time, they encountered all kinds of dangers. Because when they blew up some barren planet, they would sometimes encounter unpredictable things with destructive power. They went through untold hardships and narrowly escaped death. During their last excavation, they even found traces of the immortal elixir residue left behind by the ancient gods on an ancient planet. There, they carried out an extremely cruel battle with that group of terrifying natives. That was a terrifying race that worshipped the ancient gods and possessed a type of extreme Tao weapon. These natives carried out primitive worship and could summon the power of the gods. Together with their own cultivation and skills, they almost encountered a great disaster. If they hadn't used special methods at the last moment to steal it, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Despite this, they still lost close to 70% of their troops on that ancient planet and destroyed another Saint-level ancient ship. But the harvest was great. They finally stole the immortal elixir residue of the ancient gods, and as a result, all of their needs were perfectly resolved. After falling on this ancient planet, they refined it like a day for dozens of years. They had just succeeded when they encountered this great change. The golden-haired middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his eyes completely red as he said, "Go, take advantage of the fact that he still doesn't know to hurry back to the central laboratory and seize it. I think he still hasn't realized what the so-called most powerful bloodline evolution fluid is." The Zhang 6 golden body quickly returned. It controlled the spatial laws and immediately entered the enormous ship. It shot out a beam of divine light that could detain all objects and wanted to move the entire laboratory away. However, What awaited them was a black arrow with vast and mighty holy might. A large hole was shot through the Xianxia's golden body, and they were forced to retreat in grief and indignation. What kind of liquid is this? Yi Fan held the purple-haired man in one hand and pushed the elf-like beautiful purple-eyed girl with the other into the main laboratory. There was a pool made of rock in front. It was flickering with the radiance of technology and all kinds of mysterious instruments in the central laboratory. Seeing such a natural rock pool made him feel astonished. Why does it seem like I'm about to cross a tribulation? Suddenly, Yi Fan was startled. The water vapor in the pool rose and surged towards him. It made him feel like he was actually about to break through. Why do I have to cross the tribulation at this time? Let me think, which bastard ancient saints have been trying to kill me recently, and which great ancient clans have put a bounty on my head? I might as well go and cross the tribulation at their doorstep. Yi Fan felt that there was a need to contact Wei Yi, killing Saint Qi Luo, and the others to have them protect him in secret. There was also a need to contact the large black dog and have him go and find some bastard ancient saints. Chapter 11-12. Pop. From time to time, bubbles would burst in the rock pool, emitting a soft sound and turning into a dense multicolored light. It was like a warm spring breeze, making people feel comfortable all over. What's this? Yi Fan asked the purple-eyed woman. He stared at the pool in front of him in amazement. This kind of dense spiritual energy wrapped around him, and it was precisely because of its existence that he might have to cross a tribulation. The purple-eyed woman glanced at the pool with some disdain and ridicule, saying, "It's just a pool of life transformation water. It can be used to quench metal and make it more spiritual. You natives naturally haven't seen it before." After saying this, she didn't look at it again. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and looked at the damaged inner wall of the spaceship with a distressed look, as if she cherished this spaceship very much. So it turns out to be a pool for quenching metal materials. I thought it was some kind of immortal pill spirit pool, Yi Fan said casually and walked around the pool twice. He pretended to throw a piece of metal in to wash it and asked the purple-eyed woman how to quench it and what kind of effect it would have. However, he was ignored and was only given the back of his head. When the purple-haired man saw that he was really going to waste a part of the pool water, he felt extremely distressed. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but he forcefully held it back and turned his head to the other side without leaving a trace. It seemed that out of sight, out of mind. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up. You all think that I have the legendary indestructible golden body and that relying on my flesh and blood is better than relying on those scrap metals. Then I might as well use this liquid to refine myself. After saying this, he took off his battle clothes and was about to enter the pool, looking as if he was going to do something reckless. The purple-eyed woman and the young man whose bones were broken by Yi Fan suddenly changed their expressions and could no longer remain calm. They knew that the other party must have already found out, so they desperately rushed into the pool. Yi Fan laughed loudly. With a light shake of the sparkling and translucent divine chains, the two of them were locked down, unable to budge an inch. They were fixed to the side. This was the most important place on the flying shuttle. It was sealed with metal walls and engraved with mysterious divine runes to protect it. In this central laboratory, there was a pool made out of rock, and it seemed out of place compared to the various mysterious instruments on display. It was impossible for it to be ordinary. The rocks were silvery gray in color, and they contained mysterious minerals within. They released a very gentle light, and when they got closer, there was a refreshing aura that made one feel as if they had been reborn. Dense multicolored light flowed about within the pool, but there was no smell. However, this five-colored divine liquid was far too mysterious and unfathomable. As soon as Yi Fan placed his hand into it, the golden holy blood in his body surged, and lightning and thunder crackled on the surface of his body. What is this? He quickly retracted his hand as if he was shocked by electricity. It wasn't that he didn't expect this to be a precious liquid, but that it was even greater than what he had imagined. The purple-eyed woman's face was snow-white, her expression agitated. She did her best to stop Yi Fan, but as a captive, it was impossible for her to succeed. She was extremely unwilling. It seems like this really is a pool of immortal pill spiritual liquid, for you all to care so much. Yi Fan chuckled. The veins on the purple-haired male's forehead bulged. They had drifted through the dark and ice-cold cosmos for so many years, experiencing 1,000 tribulations and hundreds of tribulations. They blasted apart many withered stars, and only after obtaining heaven-defying opportunities did they find all types of minerals. He didn't know if he would be able to refine this type of immortal liquid in the latter half of his life. You can't waste it like this. This is the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid, and it has only been refined initially. It is far from its optimal state. A small portion of the minerals within the rocks have just been extracted, and they haven't been completely purified yet. The purple-eyed woman knew that she couldn't hide it at all, nor could she stop him. Instead of doing this, she might as well explain everything. A smile hung on Yifan's face. He reached his hand into the pool a second time. The precious medicine was right before his eyes, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on anything. When his finger entered the pool, multicolored mist surged, releasing streak after streak of dazzling immortal light that covered his entire arm. His bones released chong-chong sounds, and his flesh was also trembling. It was as if he was being reborn. Moreover, his divine senses were shaken. He actually sensed the world's origin fragments. They turned into streaks of imprints that mixed within the divine liquid, rising and falling within the auspicious light. This left him shocked. No wonder the purple-eyed woman said that this was the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid. This was a mysterious medicine that could strengthen both the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. It possessed a certain characteristic of an undying divine medicine. Even though it couldn't extend one's lifespan, it could forcefully and domineeringly activate one's potential, allowing one's bloodline power to approach the most powerful, achieving a super evolution. It truly is a mysterious mineral. This type of substance is too precious. No wonder you all only collected this little bit after blasting apart so many withered stars and drifting through the cosmos for so many years, said Yifan. The purple-haired man was about to cry when he heard these words. This was already heaven-defying. How many people from Eternal Kingdom went to the depths of the cosmos to collect it? Even when they grew old and died, they still didn't have any harvest. You only need to wait patiently for a few decades. When the most precious minerals within the silver-gray rocks have been completely refined, this divine liquid will be comparable to an immortal pill, said the purple-eyed woman. According to what the two of them said, this was only the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It was truly a pity to use it like this. The gains didn't make up for the losses, and it could even be said to be a shameful waste. Is that so? Let me research it myself. Yifan didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so great. It was as if he had opened up an immortal treasury and obtained such a divine object. It was too important. In the northern region, undercurrents were surging. It hadn't been peaceful for so many days. The 10 great royal races offered a reward. As long as one could provide clues about Yifan, they would be rewarded with a divine weapon. It could be said to be a shocking reward. Of course, this wasn't public. It was only circulated within the ancient races and couldn't be made public. At this point, they were increasingly afraid of the human race and were also afraid of provoking some trouble. Whoever can kill the human race's holy body will be protected by the Saint King. No matter how great the crime, he can be pardoned 9 times. It was said that the ancient races had an exceptional Tao book that would be bestowed as the ultimate reward. The name of the book wasn't mentioned in detail, but it was definitely an ancient scripture that shocked the ancients and the contemporaries. Moreover, there was another secret rumor. If anyone really killed the human race's holy body, a mysterious great sage would come out of seclusion and accept him as a disciple. There were all kinds of rumors in the ancient races. Many people were moved, but at the same time, they were shocked. The human race's holy body actually attracted the attention of an ancient saint, and he was determined to take his life. It was clear how terrifying his growth potential was, and it made everyone feel uneasy. It's a bit difficult for the human race's holy body to cross this hurdle. Even an ancient saint has taken action. Who can save him? Once he shows himself, he will undoubtedly die. If not for the restraining fear, there might be an unparalleled great sage who will personally come out to deal with the human race's holy body. Some well-informed people in the ancient races were discussing and mentioning the name Gai Joyo. This made even the ancient race's great sage feel a deep sense of restraining fear. What kind of person is this? An unfathomable old fellow. Rumor has it that he is already 9,000 years old. He has gone to other ancient stars and walked extremely far on the path of verification. If not for the fact that his body couldn't withstand the passage of time and his realm fell, he would be even more terrifying. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince appeared and sent a message. He wanted to tell Yifan not to appear in the near future because the situation was too tense. There were many kings who wanted to eliminate him in secret. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha stood on Mount Meru and looked down on the world, he still couldn't intimidate all of the ancient races. Some people were going to take the risk out of desperation. Moreover, it was difficult for an ancient saint to leave behind any traces. Assassinating a Tao executioner would be very clean, and it would be difficult to find any clues. During these days, even the monkey had become much more low-key. It was because it was reported that there were also people who wanted to harm him. The undying Heavenly Emperor's bloodline and the Kuan Universe's great sage clan would always leave behind a few experts who had escaped the great calamity last time. This was something unavoidable. The Black Emperor spoke frankly. Right now, they didn't know where Yi Fan was and couldn't find him at all. There was no way to effectively pass on information. It's fine for others, but you must pay attention to the Blood Moon clan. They are one of the most radical and cruel 10 great king clans. During the Archaic era, they fed on the human race and had once ruled over a large area. During that period, half of the ancient saints born from the human race were torn apart by them. The Blood Moon clan was the name of a cruel race. It was also infamous among the ancient races. No one was willing to provoke them because offending them could easily lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Huatan that Yi Fan had slaughtered was a saint from one of the branches of the clan. The main clan was very powerful. Even though it was no longer as prosperous as it was in the Archaic era, it was still no small matter. It was the famous Blood Moon King bloodline. This time, it was this clan who initiated the assassination of Yi Fan. Moreover, the divine artifact was also provided by them. The Blood Moon Ancient King was powerful and was ranked among the Saint Kings. Moreover, his grandson had recently become a saint. He was only a few hundred years old and was an exceptional genius. He was of the same generation as Huatan and had a close relationship with him. The human race is the food we raise in captivity. This was what some of the vicious ancient saints from this clan had said before. Yi Fan didn't know about this. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He took off his battle clothes and revealed his slender and beautiful body. He flickered with precious splendor as he stepped into the silvery gray rock pool. The purple-haired man roared. His eyes were red as if someone had gouged out the tip of his heart. He was in extreme pain. All these years of hard work had been snatched away just like that. The most powerful bloodline evolution liquid seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It had consumed their endless blood, sweat, and tears. They had just succeeded when it changed hands and was now being enjoyed by the enemy. Ah! He couldn't accept this fact. If he could pounce over, he would skin Yi Fan alive and swallow him in one gulp. Stop yelling. You were the ones who provoked me first. If you want to capture me as a battle pet, then you should be prepared to be countered. From today onwards this spaceship you, and this pool of evolutionary fluid are all mine. Yi Fan declared to them, confirming that everything was his private property. Beside him, the purple-eyed girl also stared at him without blinking. Naturally, she wasn't moved by his strong and slender body. Her face was pale and full of unwillingness and anger. So comfortable. Yi Fan was soaking in the liquid. The multicolored divine liquid overflowed with radiance and gushed out, burying him in a haze. He felt that every cell in his body was splitting and recombining. It was as if he was about to ascend. He was covered in dense immortal light and all kinds of divine radiance were flickering between his pores. This was the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It could even strengthen one's divine sense and increase one's constitution and combat power in all aspects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a name. At this time, even his bones were disintegrating and then recombining. They flickered with a sparkling luster and made sonorous sounds. Yi Fan was so comfortable that he almost groaned. He felt as if he was floating in the air. His flesh and blood were being purified. He himself was a saint, so there was a limit to the evolution of the so-called most powerful bloodline. However, it was changing slowly. After the comfort, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. Every inch of his body was overflowing with divine splendor as if a sharp knife was running around inside his body. The mysterious mineral's medicinal properties were too tyrannical. In order to realize the bloodline evolution, all kinds of supplementary medicines and secret recipes were needed. The people on this ship hadn't refined them yet. Fortunately, Yi Fan had the swordsman formula. He was able to repair his broken blood vessels and bones immediately. He didn't fear the tyrannical medicinal properties and persisted. The purple-eyed girl and her brother had been waiting and cursing all along. However, after seeing Yi Fan hold on and his body bleed profusely from the impact, they couldn't help but sigh. The indestructible golden body was too powerful. During this period, the group of people that escaped used the Zhang 6 golden body to harass them several times. In the end, they only managed to seize the captives of various races and some equipment. They couldn't approach the main laboratory at all. In the end, Yi Fan released a long breath of comfort. He suppressed himself to avoid the descent of heavenly tribulation. Then, he opened the realm gate and brought the enormous flying saucer back to the heavenly village. Chapter 11:13. Woo, it's so comfortable. I'm going to be steamed. Yi Fan's entire body was shining with radiance. Inside the pool made of silver-gray rocks, the liquid of evolution was bubbling. His voice was so soft that it made people's imaginations run wild. This pool water contained a mysterious mineral with astonishing divine power. It allowed his fetal bones to undergo a combing process. His golden blood surged like thunder, and multicolored light spilled out from within the pool. The purple-eyed woman was as beautiful as a fairy, but at this moment, she was clenching her delicate fists in anger. As for the purple-haired man, he looked as if he had lost his parents and was grief-stricken. Yi Fan had absorbed half of the evolutionary liquid's medicinal effects. In the village of heaven, a group of people were startled. A cyan gold disc flew in. This kind of enormous object was truly eye-catching. Yi Fan stood up and walked out from the pool. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. He was about to face the heavenly tribulation, so he appeared in the village with the 2 captives. God Lord Zheng. Hua Hua, the child who followed them from Earth, rubbed her temples and muttered to herself in shock. Master robbed a UFO and kidnapped an alien. He did something big. After being influenced by people like the Black Emperor and Longma for a long time, this little fellow who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism was also a little like a bandit. In such a foul environment, he naturally carried some special words when he spoke. What kind of magic artifact is this? Why is it so big? Speaking of which, the materials used are quite good. We can use them to forge great arrays. The Black Emperor said as he tapped the flying saucer with his large claws and spoke in a very appreciative tone. Don't try anything funny. This is a Saint-grade spaceship. I've already named it Flying Immortal 12580. It will be of great use in the future. Yi Fan said. The sacred prince went up and told him that the situation was grim. There was an ancient sage who wanted to eliminate him in secret, and that he might be in for a great disaster. He couldn't go out for the time being. I was just about to look for the Black Emperor and have him help me find a bastard ancient sage. I never thought that there would really be so many blind people. I'm going to transcend tribulation and block their doorstep. Yi Fan said. He had asked the Black Emperor to carve the most complicated and profound chessboard formation, and he had requested that it could only be used during the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. No one would be able to track it down, and this had truly created a difficult problem for the large black dog. The Blood Moon Ridge was a mysterious mountain range. Every night, mist would rise, and the bright moon hanging in the sky would reflect the color of blood. No one dared to approach it. This was the ancestral land of a race that was notorious for its ferocity. In the ancient times, it could scare a 3-year-old child to the point of stopping crying. There was an oppressive fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate all day long. The Blood Moon clan didn't have an ancient emperor, but they were still famous. This clan was too cruel and had exterminated countless smaller clans. It was said that the entire mountain ridge was blood-red because it had been watered with blood since ancient times. Although it was already noon, this place was still filled with yin qi, shrouded in a gloomy and bone-piercing chill that even the noon sun could not dispel. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a building that was ancient and grand. It was built beside a pool of blood in the grandest palace. It was richly ornamented and dazzling. The Blood Moon King sat on the throne at the top of the palace. His body was withered, and his hair was sparse like yellow weeds. However, his ability had reached the Saint King tier long ago, and he was famous among the ancient saints. People say that our Blood Moon clan is bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, but they don't know that we are using this to cultivate and absorb the essence contained in the blood of thousands of spirits to strengthen ourselves, the Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice. The Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice that reverberated in the spacious hall. It was as if a ferocious ghost had escaped from hell, cold and emotionless. There seemed to be 2 golden lamps in his eye sockets, and his ancient saint aura was shocking. The Blood Moon clan was bloodthirsty. They could obtain divine energy from the blood of others, especially those with special body constitutions or saints. To them, blood was like a precious medicine. I am looking forward to the human saint physique. I wonder if it can help me advance to a higher level. At the side, a saint-level ancestor king licked his lips. He did not look very old. He was the grandson of the Blood Moon King, and his name was Xianxia. In his hand was a sparkling white skull that was filled with wine. The fragrance of the wine mixed with the blood, forming a bewitching blood-red color. This was the skull of a saint, and it was refined into a wine cup. The scariness and cruelty of the Blood Moon clan were evident. "Grandfather, I heard that the wine cup in my hand is the skull of an ancient saint of the human clan. Our clan still has some collections, right?" Xianxia asked with a smile. The Blood Moon King shook the inconspicuous white wine cup in his hand. With a voice like that of a night owl, he said, "This is also a skull that belongs to the human clan. They were very weak back then, and they were forced to rely on various royal clans just to survive. The cup in my hand is the skull of a female saint king. It is rare for one to appear. Her blood tasted very sweet. My grandfather killed her personally. At that time, a branch of the human clan was our slave. Their life and death were decided by us. That era is really memorable. After so many years, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The human clan's sacred physique is very special. His golden sacred blood is a rare medicine. I really look forward to it, but I can't find his whereabouts," said Xianxia. "You have to work hard. I don't have much lifespan left, and I might pass away in a few years. Fortunately, you became a saint. Your father died early, and if you can't break through in a few years, you most likely won't be able to inherit our clan's throne. You are not the only ancient saint," said the Blood Moon King. "I understand. As long as I can find the human clan's sacred physique, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, we are not in the immemorial era, and I can't keep them." Xianxia's eyes were sinister. Rumble. Suddenly, the majestic palace shook, and the entire mountain range shook as if it was about to be overturned. The mountain peak in the distance exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. What happened? Who dares to disturb the Blood Moon clan's ancestral land? Xianxia jumped up. The old Blood Moon King's eye sockets were like two golden lanterns, and he ruthlessly said, "Go and take a look. Maybe it's time for you to establish your might." Outside the mountain gate, Yifan crushed two mountain peaks with a single punch. He even lifted up a huge mountain and threw it into the Blood Moon Ridge, crushing a group of ancient race people to death. Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you provoke our Blood Moon royal clan? Even if you are tired of living, you can't commit suicide like this. I'll make you wish you were dead. They were part of the top 10 bloodthirsty royal clans in the immemorial era, and each of them fed on fresh blood. There was no anger or fear in their eyes, and they were all extremely excited as they rushed over. To them, this provocateur was their food. Boom! Yifan raised his hand and uprooted a mountain range. There were more than 20 mountain peaks, and he smashed them down. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Not all the ancients were very powerful. "Who are you?" one of the ancients shouted as he realized that this person was not ordinary. "Human sacred physique Yifan, ask your clan leader, the Blood Moon King, and that grandson, Xianxia, to come out and die." Yifan shouted, and his voice traveled over 100 miles. Everyone's faces turned green. It was true that Xianxia was the clan leader's grandson, but he was not everyone's grandson. This person was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to stir up trouble. "Yifan, the human sacred physique is here." The news spread out, and many powerful figures in the Blood Moon clan were overjoyed. They rushed over and almost drooled. That was because the Blood Moon King said that once he found the human sacred physique, he would kill them on the spot and let them taste the golden blood of the sacred physique. "I didn't expect you to come to me," Xianxia shouted. Surprise was written all over his face as he approached quickly. The Blood Moon King frowned slightly. It was not normal for the human sacred physique to come to him on his own. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he followed quickly. "Blood Moon King, you posted a reward in the ancients to kill me. I'm here today. You two idiots, come out and die," Yifan shouted. Arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. He dared to speak to two ancient saints like this, and one of them was a saint king with few opponents. Apart from the great sage, who dared to scold him. In the immemorial era, humans were merely livestock reared by my clan. We could kill them and do whatever we wanted. We were just a bunch of food, Xianxia said coldly. Then, in a calm and unruffled manner, he walked forward, pointed a finger and said, "Let me think about how to eat you. Should I start from the head, or the heart?" Xianxia swirled the jade-white wine cup in his hand, took a sip of the bright red blood, and said, "This wine cup was made from the skull of a female saint king of your human race. It originally belonged to my grandfather, but now it was given to me. Now, I feel that your skull is a bit more perfect, so I can make a better wine cup." Crack! The lightning was so sudden that it covered the mountains and plains like a vast ocean pouring down from the sky. It was pervasive, and lightning filled every inch of space. Silver snakes danced, golden dragons leaped into the sky, and chaotic air filled the air. Every arc of lightning was tainted with some chaotic light, and it was frightening. Even a saint was a little scared when he saw this. Such a vast array was comparable to their great heavenly disaster. How could a Tao cutter survive it? Has he become a saint? Such a huge chaotic arc. Xianxia was a little stunned. Even when he was undergoing the most terrifying saint disaster, he did not encounter such a scene. "Run!" the Blood Moon King shouted. He finally knew why Yi Fan dared to be so fearless and came with evil intentions. Yi Fan's heavenly disaster was more terrifying each time. Although it was not as terrifying as when he had just cut his Tao and the great ancient emperor had not appeared, it still triggered the chaotic disaster and enveloped him. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly disaster of a saint. This was also the reason why his body was comparable to a saint's. He used the Xing formula and chased after Xianxia. Xianxia was the Blood Moon King's lifeblood. If he targeted one, he might be able to hurt two. In the sky, various palaces appeared. They were chaotic lightning that resembled ancient heaven, and a human-shaped emperor was faintly discernible as he carried out suppression. This kind of heavenly disaster could definitely hurt Xianxia's body. If one heavenly disaster couldn't do it, it could not withstand 10,000 heavenly disasters, 100,000 heavenly disasters, 1,000,000 heavenly disasters. Boy, you are still young. A saint transcends the mortal world and is far from being comparable to an ant like you. Killing you is like stepping on a bug. The Blood Moon King rushed back to save his grandson. However, before he finished speaking, a divine radiance slashed over from an unknown place. With a poof, his right arm and shoulder were cut off diagonally, and he was almost cut in half. The saint's blood splattered and turned into a blood mist in the heavenly disaster, which slowly dissipated in the chaotic light. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he was in trouble. An ancient saint who was proficient in assassination was hiding here. In the dark, killing Saint Qi Luo held the heaven-deceiving array platform carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. Blood Moon King, you want to suppress me with your power and offer a reward with a sacred weapon to mobilize the ancient race to kill me. Today, I will let you reap what you have sown. Yi Fan approached with lightning. Assassination techniques are unparalleled in the world. Unfortunately, he is just a saint and is still far from my realm. Let's see what he can do to me. The Blood Moon King said proudly. His broken arm grew back, and he held a white wine cup made from a saint's bone and drank a cup of blood. Xianxia stood beside his grandfather and calmed down. He held the pure white skull of the female king saint and poured a mouthful of blood wine into his mouth. You want to make trouble in my Blood Moon clan? You are still not enough. Is that so? An old voice was heard. Boom. In this lightning punishment, a huge fist struck. It was dozens of miles long and filled with chaotic aura. The power of this fist could shock immortals and make ghosts weep. Saint Wei Yi from the stone square of the heavenly Jade Holy Land appeared and attacked for the first time. After the punch, the Blood Moon King could not block it. The bones in his arm were broken on the spot, and his body was torn into pieces. His entire body exploded. No one in the outside world could see clearly. Everything was hidden in the light of the heavenly punishment. You want to provoke a war between the human race and the ancient royal race? Even an ancient saint has made a move, and you dare to deal with us like this? The Blood Moon King was shocked and angry. At the same time he felt extreme fear. You have the cheek to say that? As an ancient saint, You offered a reward for a Dao executioner like me, and the 10 royal races joined forces to kill me. Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, am a pushover? Do you think that you have the upper hand? Yi Fan sneered. I also know how to suppress people with my power. I also know a few ancient saints. Although there are not many, it is enough to destroy you. Since you don't abide by the rules, then let's mess around together. I will get rid of you first. You! The Blood Moon King was furious. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. This was because killing Saint Qi Luo moved. Without waiting for his body to reassemble, a cold saber silently chopped his head into 2 halves. Transforming God's saber. The Blood Moon King screamed in fear. His primordial spirit could not escape. Under the long black saber in the killing saint's hand, his primordial spirit turned into ashes and was absorbed by the saber. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. He had just become a saint not long ago. How could he fight against a veteran ancient saint? Now that his grandfather, a saint king, was smashed by a punch, one could imagine how terrifying the person who came was. Do you want to provoke a war between the 10,000 races? At that time, the races will join forces to destroy the human race. He threatened as he fled, putting on a bluff. Unfortunately, the lightning drowned everything, and his voice could not be transmitted. It was you who broke the rules first. You have stretched your hands too far. You want to kill me and drink my golden sacred blood? Come and try. Yi Fan shouted coldly. This time, even your great sage can't deduce my tribulation. Killing you will be in vain. In front of him, Xianxia, who was fleeing in the lightning, suddenly had his upper body and lower body separated. A black demonic saber appeared out of nowhere and cut him in half. It was killing Saint Qi Luo again. Xianxia screamed in pain and threw away the white wine cup made of the female Saint King's skull. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Although the transforming god saber only cut his body, the saber's aura was fatal to his primordial spirit. His glabella split open, and black blood flowed out. To think that you would have such a day. You said that your race kept my human ancestors as livestock and used them as food. Today, I will wash away the shame for them one by one. I will start with the female Saint King who passed away in sorrow. Yi Fan roared out, brandishing his golden fist as he rushed over, bringing with it endless streaks of lightning radiance. A fist smashed out, piercing through Xianxia's chest, blasting his flesh and sacred bones flying out more than 10 jin.